2001, A Space Odyssey by Arthur C. Clarke. Copyright 1968 by Arthur C. Clarke and Polaris Productions, Incorporated. Read by Dick Hill. Performance copyright 2000 by Brilliance Corporation. All rights reserved.
This is Arthur Clarke in Colombo, Sri Lanka, on the 14th of June, 2000. It's now more than 40 years since Stanley Kubrick began his quest for the proverbial good science fiction movie, and already the 1960s seemed to belong to another age. Only a handful of men and one woman had gone into space, and though President Kennedy had announced that the United States would put a man on the moon before the end of the decade, I doubt if many people believed it would actually happen. Moreover, our genuine knowledge of our neighbors in space was still virtually zero. We couldn't even be sure that the first probe to touch down on the moon would not instantly sink into a sea of dust, as some astronomers had confidently predicted. So, in writing our storyline, at the early dawn of the space age, Stanley and I had a credibility.
This is disc number 2.
Presently, he invented philosophy and religion, and he peopled the sky, not altogether inaccurately, with gods. As his body became more and more defenseless, so his means of offense became steadily more frightful. With stone and bronze and iron and steel, he had run the gamut of everything that could pierce and slash, and quite early in time he had learned how to strike down his victims from a distance. The spear, the bow, the gun, and finally the guided missile had given him weapons of infinite range and all but infinite power. Without those weapons, often though he had used them against himself, man would never have conquered his world. Into them he had put his heart and soul, and for ages they had served him well. But now, as long as they existed, he was living on borrowed time. Part 2. TMA 1. Chapter 7. Special Flight. No matter how many times you left Earth, Dr. Heywood Floyd told himself, the excitement never really palled. He had been to Mars once, to the Moon 3 times, and to the various space stations more often than he could remember. Yet as the moment of takeoff approached, he was conscious of a rising tension, a feeling of wonder and awe, yes, and of nervousness, which put him on the same level as any Earth-lubber about to receive his first baptism of space. The jet that had rushed him here from Washington, after that midnight briefing with the President, was now dropping down toward one of the most familiar yet most exciting landscapes in all the world. There lay the first 2 generations of the space age, spanning 20 miles of the Florida coast. To the south, outlined by winking red warning lights, were the giant gantries of the Saturns and Neptunes that had set men on the path to the planets and had now passed into history. Near the horizon, a gleaming silver tower bathed in floodlights stood the last of the Saturn V's, for almost 20 years a national monument and place of pilgrimage. Not far away, looming against the sky like a man-made mountain, was the incredible bulk of the Vehicle Assembly Building, still the largest single structure on Earth. But these things now belonged to the past, and he was flying toward the future. As they banked, Dr. Floyd could see below him a maze of buildings, then a great airstrip, then a broad, dead-straight scar across the flat Florida landscape, the multiple rails of a giant launching track. At its end, surrounded by vehicles and gantries, a spaceplane lay gleaming in a pool of light, being prepared for its leap to the stars. In a sudden failure of perspective, brought on by his swift changes of speed and height, it seemed to Floyd that he was looking down on a small silver moth caught in the beam of a flashlight. Then the tiny, scurrying figures on the ground brought home to him the real size of the spacecraft. It must have been 200 feet across the narrow V of its wings. And that enormous vehicle, Floyd told himself with some incredulity, yet also with some pride, is waiting for me. As far as he knew, it was the first time that an entire mission had been set up to take a single man to the moon. Though it was 2 o'clock in the morning, a group of reporters and cameramen intercepted him on his way to the floodlit Orion 3 spacecraft. He knew several of them by sight, for as chairman of the National Council of Astronautics, the news conference was part of his way of life. This was neither the time nor the place for one, and he had nothing to say, but it was important not to offend the gentlemen of the communications media. "Dr. Floyd, I'm Jim Forster of Associated News. Could you give us a few words about this flight of yours?" "I'm very sorry, I can't say anything." "But you did meet with the president earlier this evening?" asked a familiar voice. Hello, Mike. I'm afraid you're being dragged out of bed for nothing. Definitely no comment." "Can you at least confirm or deny that some kind of epidemic has broken out on the moon?" a TV reporter asked, managing to jog alongside and keep Floyd properly framed in his miniature TV camera. "Sorry," said Floyd, shaking his head. "What about the quarantine?" asked another reporter. "How long will it be kept on?" Still no comment. "Dr. Floyd," demanded a very short and determined lady of the press, "what possible justification can there be for this total blackout of news from the moon? Has it anything to do with the political situation?" "What political situation?" Floyd asked dryly. There was a sprinkle of laughter, and someone called, "Have a good trip, Doctor," as he made his way into the sanctuary of the boarding gantry. As long as he could remember, it had been not a situation so much as a permanent crisis. Since the 1970s, the world had been dominated by two problems which, ironically, tended to cancel each other out. Though birth control was cheap, reliable, and endorsed by all the main religions, it had come too late. The population of the world was now 6 billion, a third of them in the Chinese Empire. Laws had even been passed in some authoritarian societies limiting families to 2 children, but their enforcement had proved impracticable. As a result, food was short in every country. Even the United States had meatless days, and widespread famine was predicted within 15 years, despite heroic efforts to farm the sea and to develop synthetic foods. With the need for international cooperation more urgent than ever, there were still as many frontiers as in any earlier age. In 1,000,000 years, the human race had lost few of its aggressive instincts. Along symbolic lines visible only to politicians, the 38 nuclear powers watched one another with belligerent anxiety. Among them, they possessed sufficient megatonnage to remove the entire surface crust of the planet. Although there had been, miraculously, no use of atomic weapons, this situation could hardly last forever. And now, for their own inscrutable reasons, the Chinese were offering to the smallest have-not nations a complete nuclear capability of 50 warheads and delivery systems. The cost was under $200 million, and easy terms could be arranged. Perhaps they were only trying to shore up their sagging economy by turning obsolete weapons systems into hard cash, as some observers had suggested. Or perhaps they had discovered methods of warfare so advanced that they no longer had need of such toys. There had been talk of radio hypnosis from satellite transmitters, compulsion viruses, and blackmail by synthetic diseases for which they alone possessed the antidote. These charming ideas were almost certainly propaganda or pure fantasy, but it was not safe to discount any of them. Every time Floyd took off from Earth, he wondered if it would still be there when the time came to return. The trim stewardess greeted him as he entered the cabin. "Good morning, Dr. Floyd. I'm Miss Simmons. I'd like to welcome you aboard on behalf of Captain Tynes and our co-pilot, First Officer Ballard." "Thank you," said Floyd with a smile, wondering why stewardesses always had to sound like robot tour guides. "Takeoff's in 5 minutes," she said, gesturing into the empty 20-passenger cabin. "You can take any seat you want, but Captain Tynes recommends the forward window seat on the left if you want to watch the docking operations." "I'll do that," he answered, moving toward the preferred seat. The stewardess fussed over him a while, and then moved to her cubicle at the rear of the cabin. Floyd settled down in his seat. adjusted the safety harness around waist and shoulders, and strapped his briefcase to the adjacent seat. A moment later, the loudspeaker came on with a soft popping noise.
"Good morning,"
said Miss Simmons' voice.
"This is Special Flight 3, Kennedy to Space Station 1.
She was determined, it seemed, to go through the full routine for her solitary passenger, and Floyd could not resist a smile as she continued inexorably.
Our transmit time will be 55 minutes. Maximum acceleration will be 2G, and we will be weightless for 30 minutes. Please do not leave your seat until the safety sign is lit."
Floyd looked over his shoulder and called, "Thank you." He caught a glimpse of a slightly embarrassed but charming smile. He leaned back into his seat and relaxed. This trip, he calculated, would cost the taxpayers slightly over $1 million. If it was not justified, he would be out of his job. But he could always go back to the university and to his interrupted studies of planetary formation.
"Auto countdown procedures all go,"
the captain's voice said over the speaker with the soothing sing-song used in RT chat.
"Lift off in 1 minute."
As always, it seemed more like an hour. Floyd became acutely aware of the gigantic forces coiled up around him, waiting to be released. In the fuel tanks of the two spacecraft and in the power storage system of the launching track was pent up the energy of a nuclear bomb, and it would all be used to take him a mere 200 miles from Earth. There was none of the old-fashioned 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 business so tough on the human nervous system.
"Launching in 15 seconds. You will be more comfortable if you start breathing deeply."
That was good psychology and good physiology. Floyd felt himself well charged with oxygen and ready to tackle anything when the launching track began to sling its 1,000-ton payload out over the Atlantic. It was hard to tell when they lifted from the track and became airborne, but when the roar of the rockets suddenly doubled its fury and Floyd found himself sinking deeper and deeper into the cushions of his seat, he knew that the first stage engines had taken over. He wished he could look out of the window, but it was an effort even to turn his head. Yet there was no discomfort. Indeed, the pressure of acceleration and the overwhelming thunder of the motors produced an extraordinary euphoria. His ears ringing, the blood pounding in his veins, Floyd felt more alive than he had for years. He was young again. He wanted to sing aloud, which was certainly safe, for no one could possibly hear him. The mood passed swiftly as he suddenly realized that he was leaving Earth and everything he had ever loved. Down there were his 3 children, motherless since his wife had taken that fatal flight to Europe 10 years ago. 10 years? Impossible. Yet it was so. Perhaps, for their sake, he should have remarried. He had almost lost sense of time when the pressure and the noise abruptly slackened, and the cabin speaker announced,
"Preparing to separate from lower stage, and here we go."
There was a slight jolt, and suddenly Floyd recalled a quotation of Leonardo da Vinci's which he had once seen displayed in a NASA office. "The great bird will take its flight on the back of the great bird, bringing glory to the nest where it was born." Well, the great bird was flying now, beyond all the dreams of Da Vinci, and its exhausted companion was winging back to Earth. In a 10,000-mile arc, the empty lower stage would glide down into the atmosphere, trading speed for distance as it homed on Kennedy. In a few hours, serviced and refueled, it would be ready again to lift another companion toward the shining silence which it could never reach. Now, thought Floyd, we are on our own, more than halfway to orbit. When the acceleration came on again, as the upper stage rockets fired, the thrust was much more gentle. Indeed, he felt no more than normal gravity. But it would have been impossible to walk, since up was straight toward the front of the cabin. If he had been foolish enough to leave his seat, he would have crashed at once against the rear wall. This effect was a little disconcerting, for it seemed that the ship was standing on its tail. To Floyd, who was at the very front of the cabin, all the seats appeared to be fixed on a wall dropping vertically beneath him. He was doing his best to ignore this uncomfortable illusion when dawn exploded outside the ship. In seconds, they shot through veils of crimson and pink and gold and blue into the piercing white of day. Though the windows were heavily tinted to reduce the glare, the probing beams of sunlight that now slowly swept across the cabin left Floyd half-blinded for several minutes. He was in space, yet there was no question of being able to see the stars. He shielded his eyes with his hands and tried to peer through the window beside him. Out there, the swept-back wing of the ship was blazing like white-hot metal in the reflected sunlight. There was utter darkness all around it, and the darkness must be full of stars, but it was impossible to see them. Weight was slowly ebbing. The rockets were being throttled back as the ship eased itself into orbit. The thunder of the engines dropped to a muted roar, then a gentle hiss, then died into silence. If it had not been for the restraining straps, Floyd would have floated out of his seat. His stomach felt as if it was going to do so anyway. He hoped that the pills he had been given half an hour and 10,000 miles ago would perform as per specifications. He had been spacesick just once in his career, and that was much too often. The pilot's voice was firm and confident as it came over the cabin speaker.
Please observe all zero-G regulations. We will be docking at Space Station 1 in 45 minutes.
The stewardess came walking up the narrow corridor to the right of the closely spaced seats. There was a slight buoyancy about her steps, and her feet came away from the floor reluctantly, as if entangled in glue. She was keeping to the bright yellow band of Velcro carpeting that ran the full length of the floor and of the ceiling. The carpet and the soles of her sandals were covered with myriads of tiny hooks so that they clung together like burrs. This trick of walking in free fall was immensely reassuring to disoriented passengers.
"Would you like some coffee or tea, Dr. Floyd?" she asked cheerfully.
"No, thank you," he smiled. He always felt like a baby when he had to suck at one of those plastic drinking tubes. The stewardess was still hovering anxiously around him as he popped open his briefcase and prepared to remove his papers.
"Dr. Floyd, may I ask you a question?"
"Certainly," he answered, looking up over his glasses.
"My fiancé is a geologist at Clavius,"
said Miss Simmons, measuring her words carefully,
"and I haven't heard from him for over a week."
"I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe he's away from his base and out of touch." She shook her head.
"He always tells me when that's going to happen, and you can imagine how worried I am with all these rumors. Is it really true about an epidemic on the moon?"
"If it is, there's no cause for alarm. Remember, there was a quarantine back in '98 over that mutated flu virus? A lot of people were sick, but no one died. And that's really all I can say," he concluded firmly. Miss Simmons smiled pleasantly and straightened up.
"Well, thank you anyway, Doctor. I'm sorry to have bothered you."
"No bother at all," he said gallantly, but not very accurately. Then he buried himself in his endless technical reports in a desperate last-minute assault on the usual backlog. He would have no time for reading when he got to the moon. Chapter 8. Orbital Rendezvous. Half an hour later, the pilot announced,
"We make contact in 10 minutes. Please check your seat harness."
Floyd obeyed and put away his papers. It was asking for trouble to read during the celestial juggling act which took place during the last 300 miles. Best to close one's eyes and relax while the spacecraft was nudged back and forth with brief bursts of rocket power. A few minutes later, he caught his first glimpse of Space Station 1, only a few miles away. The sunlight glinted and sparkled from the polished metal surfaces of the slowly revolving 300-yard diameter disk. Not far away, drifting in the same orbit, was a swept-back Titov 5 spaceplane, and close to that an almost spherical Ares 1B, the workhorse of space, with the 4 stubby legs of its lunar landing shock absorbers jutting from one side. The Orion 3 spacecraft was descending from a higher orbit, which brought the Earth into spectacular view behind the station. From his altitude of 200 miles, Floyd could see much of Africa and the Atlantic Ocean. There was considerable cloud cover, but he could still detect the blue-green outlines of the Gold Coast. The central axis of the space station, with its docking arms extended, was now slowly swimming toward them. Unlike the structure from which it sprang, it was not rotating. Or rather, it was running in reverse at a rate which exactly countered the station's own spin. Thus, a visiting spacecraft could be coupled to it for the transfer of personnel or cargo without being whirled disastrously around. With the softest of thuds, ship and station made contact. There were metallic, scratching noises from outside, then the brief hissing of air as pressures equalized. A few seconds later, the airlock door opened, and a man wearing the light, close-fitting slacks and short-sleeved shirt, which was almost the uniform of space station personnel, came into the cabin.
Pleased to meet you, Dr. Floyd. I'm Nick Miller, station security. I'm to look after you until the shuttle leaves.
They shook hands, then Floyd smiled at the stewardess and said, "Please give my compliments to Captain Tynes and thank him for the smooth ride. Perhaps I'll see you on the way home." Very cautiously, it was more than a year since he had last been weightless, and it would be some time before he regained his space legs, he hauled himself hand over hand through the airlock and into the large circular chamber at the axis of the space station. It was a heavily padded room, its walls covered with recessed handholds. Floyd gripped one of these firmly while the whole chamber started to rotate until it matched the spin of the station. As it gained speed, faint and ghostly gravitational fingers began to clutch at him, and he drifted slowly toward the circular wall. Now he was standing, swaying back and forth gently like seaweed in the surge of the tide, on what had magically become a curving floor. The centrifugal force of the station's spin had taken hold of him. It was very feeble here, so near the axis, but would increase steadily as he moved outward. From the central transit chamber, he followed Miller down a curving stair. At first his weight was so slight that he had almost to force himself downward by holding onto the handrail. Not until he reached the passenger lounge and the outer skin of the great revolving disc had he acquired enough weight to move around almost normally. The lounge had been redecorated since his last visit and had acquired several new facilities. Besides the usual chairs, small tables, restaurant, and post office, there were now a barber shop, drugstore, movie theater, and a souvenir shop selling photographs and slides of lunar and planetary landscapes, guaranteed genuine pieces of Lunix, Rangers, and Surveyors, all neatly mounted in plastic and exorbitantly priced.
"Can I get you anything while we're waiting?" Miller asked. "We board in about 30 minutes.
"I could do with a cup of black coffee, 2 lumps, and I'd like to call Earth."
"Right, Doctor. I'll get the coffee. The phones are over there."
The picturesque booths were only a few yards from a barrier with 2 entrances labeled "Welcome to the U.S. section" and "Welcome to the Soviet section." Beneath these were notices which read, in English, Russian, and Chinese, French, German, and Spanish, "Please have ready your passport, visa, medical certificate, transportation permit, weight declaration." There was a rather pleasant symbolism about the fact that as soon as they had passed through the barriers, in either direction, passengers were free to mix again. The division was purely for administrative purposes. Floyd, after checking that the area code for the United States was still 81, punched his 12-digit home number, dropped his plastic all-purpose credit card into the pay slot, and was through in 30 seconds. Washington was still sleeping, for it was several hours to dawn, but he would not disturb anyone. His housekeeper would get the message from the recorder as soon as she awoke.
"Miss Fleming, this is Dr. Floyd. Sorry I had to leave in such a hurry. Would you please call my office and ask them to collect the car? It's at Dulles Airport, and the key is with Mr. Bailey, Senior Flight Control Officer. Next, will you call the Chevy Chase Country Club and leave a message for the secretary? I definitely won't be able to play in the tennis tournament next weekend. Give my apologies. I'm afraid they were counting on me. Then call Downtown Electronics and tell them that if the video in my study isn't fixed by, Wednesday, they can take the damn thing back."
He paused for breath and tried to think of any other crises or problems that might arise during the days ahead.
"If you run short of cash, speak to the office. They can get urgent messages to me, but I may be too busy to answer. Give my love to the children and say I'll be back as soon as I can. Oh, hell. Here's someone I don't want to see. I'll call from the moon if I can. Goodbye. Floyd tried to duck out of the booth, but it was too late. He had already been spotted. Bearing down on him through the Soviet section exit was Dr. Dmitry Moisevich of the USSR Academy of Science. Dmitry was one of Floyd's best friends, and for that very reason, he was the last person he wished to talk to, here and now. Chapter 9. Moon Shuttle. The Russian astronomer was tall, slender, and blond, and his unlined face belied his 55 years, the last 10 of which had been spent building up the giant radio observatory on the far side of the moon, where 2,000 miles of solid rock would shield it from the electronic racket of Earth.
"Why, Haywood," he said, shaking hands firmly. "It's a small universe. How are you? And your charming children?"
"We're fine," Floyd replied warmly, but with a slightly distracted air. "We often talk about the wonderful time you gave us last summer." He was sorry he could not sound more sincere. They really had enjoyed a week's vacation in Odessa with Dmitry during one of the Russians' visits to Earth.
"And you? I suppose you are on your way up?"
Dmitry inquired. Yes, my flight leaves in half an hour," answered Floyd. "Do you know Mr. Miller?" The security officer had now approached and was standing at a respectful distance holding a plastic cup full of coffee.
"Of course. But please put that down, Mr. Miller. This is Dr. Floyd's last chance to have a civilized drink. Let's not waste it. No, I insist."
They followed Dmitry out of the main lounge into the observation section and soon were sitting at a table under a dim light watching the moving panorama of the stars. Space Station 1 revolved once a minute, and the centrifugal force generated by this slow spin produced an artificial gravity equal to the moon's. This, it had been discovered, was a good compromise between Earth gravity and no gravity at all. Moreover, it gave moon-bound passengers a chance to become acclimatized. Outside the almost invisible windows, Earth and stars marched in a silent procession. At the moment, this side of the station was tilted away from the sun. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to look out, for the lounge would have been blasted with light. Even as it was, the glare of the Earth, filling half the sky, drowned all but the brighter stars. But Earth was waning as the station orbited toward the night side of the planet. In a few minutes it would be a huge black disk spangled with the lights of cities, and then the sky would belong to the stars.
Now,"
said Dmitry, after he had swiftly downed his first drink and was toying with the second.
"What's all this about an epidemic in the U.S. sector? I wanted to go there on this trip. 'No, Professor,' they told me. 'We're very sorry, but there's a strict quarantine until further notice.' I pulled all the strings I could. It was no use. Now you, tell me what's happening."
Floyd groaned inwardly. Here we go again, he thought. The sooner I'm on that shuttle headed for the moon, the happier I'll be. The quarantine is purely a safety precaution, he said cautiously. We're not even sure it's really necessary, but we don't believe in taking chances.
But what is the disease? What are the symptoms? Could it be extraterrestrial? Do you want any help from our medical services?
I'm sorry, Dmitry. We've been asked not to say anything at the moment. Thanks for the offer, but we can handle the situation. Said Moisevich, obviously quite unconvinced.
Seems odd to me that you, an astronomer, should be sent up to the moon to look into an epidemic.
I'm only an ex-astronomer. It's years since I did any real research. Now I'm a scientific expert. That means I know nothing about absolutely everything.
Then, do you know what TMA-1 means?
Miller seemed about to choke on his drink, but Floyd was made of sterner stuff. He looked his old friend straight in the eye and said calmly, TMA-1? What an odd expression. Where did you hear it?
Never mind, retorted the Russian. You can't fool me. But if you've run into something you can't handle, I hope you don't leave it until too late before you yell for help.
Miller looked meaningfully at his watch.
Due to board in 5 minutes, Dr. Floyd, he said. I think we'd better get moving.
Though he knew that they still had a good 20 minutes, Floyd got up with haste. Too much haste, for he had forgotten the 1/6 of a gravity. He grabbed the table just in time to prevent a takeoff. "It was fine meeting with you, Dmitri," he said, not quite accurately. "Hope you have a good trip down to Earth. I'll give you a call as soon as I'm back." As they left the lounge and checked through the U.S. transit barrier, Floyd remarked, "Phew, that was close. Thanks for rescuing me." "You know, Doctor," said the security officer, "I hope he isn't right." "Right about what?" "About us running into something we can't handle?" "That," Floyd answered with determination, "is what I intend to find out." 45 minutes later, the Ares 1B lunar carrier pulled away from the station. There was none of the power and fury of a takeoff from Earth, only an almost inaudible, far-off whistling as the low-thrust plasma jets blasted their electrified streams into space. The gentle push lasted for more than 15 minutes, and the mild acceleration would not have prevented anyone from moving around the cabin. But when it was over, the ship was no longer bound to Earth, as it had been while it still accompanied the station. It had broken the bonds of gravity and was now a free and independent planet, circling the sun in an orbit of its own. The cabin Floyd now had all to himself had been designed for 30 passengers. It was strange and rather lonely to see all the empty seats around him and to have the undivided attention of the steward and stewardess, not to mention pilot, co-pilot, and 2 engineers. He doubted that any man in history had ever received such exclusive service, and it was most unlikely that anyone would do so in the future. He recalled the cynical remark of one of the less reputable pontiffs. "Now that we have the papacy, let us enjoy it." Well, he would enjoy this trip and the euphoria of weightlessness. With the loss of gravity, he had, at least for a while, shed most of his cares. Someone had once said that you could be terrified in space, but you could not be worried there. It was perfectly true. The stewards, it appeared, were determined to make him eat for the whole 25 hours of the trip, and he was continually fending off unwanted meals. Eating in zero gravity was no real problem, contrary to the dark forebodings of the early astronauts. He sat at an ordinary table, to which the plates were clipped, as aboard ship in a rough sea. All the courses had some element of stickiness, so that they would not take off and go wandering around the cabin. Thus, a chop would be glued to the plate by a thick sauce, and a salad kept under control by an adhesive dressing. With a little skill and care, there were few items that could not be tackled safely. The only things banned were hot soups and excessively crumbly pastries. Drinks, of course, were a different matter. All liquids simply had to be kept in plastic squeeze bottles. A whole generation of research by heroic but unsung volunteers had gone into the design of the washroom, and it was now considered to be more or less foolproof. Floyd investigated it soon after freefall had begun. He found himself in a little cubicle with all the fittings of an ordinary airline toilet, but illuminated with a red light that was very harsh and unpleasant to the eye. A notice printed in prominent letters announced, "Most important, for your own comfort, please read these instructions carefully." Floyd sat down, one still tended to do so even when weightless, and read the notice several times. When he was sure that there had been no modification since his last trip, he pressed the start button. Close at hand, an electric motor began to whir, and Floyd felt himself moving. As the notice advised him to do, he closed his eyes and waited. After a minute, a bell chimed softly, and he looked around. The light had now changed to a soothing pinkish white, but more important, he was under gravity again. Only the faintest vibration revealed that it was spurious gravity, caused by the carousel-like spin of the whole toilet compartment. Floyd picked up a piece of soap and watched it drop in slow motion. He judged that the centrifugal force was about 1/4 of a normal gravity. But that was quite enough. It would ensure that everything moved in the right direction, in the one place where this mattered most. He pressed the stop for exit button and closed his eyes again. Weight slowly ebbed as the rotation ceased. The bell gave a double chime, and the red warning light was back. The door was then locked in the right position to let him glide out into the cabin, where he adhered as quickly as possible to the carpet. He had long ago exhausted the novelty of weightlessness and was grateful for the Velcro slippers that allowed him to walk almost normally. There was plenty to occupy his time, even if he did nothing but sit and read. When he tired of official reports and memoranda and minutes, he would plug his foolscap-sized newspad into the ship's information circuit and scan the latest reports from Earth. One by one, he would conjure up the world's major electronic papers. He knew the codes of the more important ones by heart and had no need to consult the list on the back of his pad. Switching to the display unit's short-term memory, he would hold the front page while he quickly searched the headlines and noted the items that interested him. Each had its own 2-digit reference. When he punched that, the postage stamp-sized rectangle would expand until it neatly filled the screen and he could read it with comfort. When he had finished, he would flash back to the complete page and select a new subject for detailed examination. Floyd sometimes wondered if the newspad, and the fantastic technology behind it, was the last word in man's quest for perfect communications. Here he was, far out in space, speeding away from Earth at thousands of miles an hour, yet in a few milliseconds he could see the headlines of any newspaper he pleased. That very word, newspaper, of course, was an anachronistic hangover into the age of electronics. The text was updated automatically on every hour. If one read only the English versions, one could spend an entire lifetime doing nothing but absorbing the ever-changing flow of information from the news satellites. It was hard to imagine how the system could be improved or made more convenient. But sooner or later, Floyd guessed, it would pass away, to be replaced by something as unimaginable as the newspad itself would have been to Caxton or Gutenberg. There was another thought which a scanning of those tiny electronic headlines often invoked. The more wonderful the means of communication, the more trivial, tawdry, or depressing its contents seemed to be. Accidents, crimes, natural and man-made disasters, threats of conflict, gloomy editorials, these still seemed to be the main concern of the millions of words being sprayed into the ether. Yet Floyd also wondered if this was altogether a bad thing. The newspapers of Utopia, he had long ago decided, would be terribly dull. From time to time, the captain and the other members of the crew came into the cabin and exchanged a few words with him. They treated their distinguished passenger with awe and were doubtless burning with curiosity about his mission, but were too polite to ask any questions or even to drop any hints. Only the charming little stewardess seemed completely at ease in his presence. As Floyd quickly discovered, she came from Bali and had carried beyond the atmosphere some of the grace and mystery of that still largely unspoiled island. One of his strangest and most enchanting memories of the entire trip was her zero-gravity demonstration of some classical Balinese dance movements, with the lovely blue-green crescent of the waning earth as a backdrop. There was one sleep period when the main cabin lights were switched off, and Floyd fastened down his arms and legs with the elastic sheets that would prevent him from drifting away into space. It seemed a crude arrangement, but here in zero gravity his unpadded couch was more comfortable than the most luxurious mattress on earth. When he had strapped himself in, Floyd dozed off quickly enough, but woke up once in a drowsy, half-conscious condition to be completely baffled by his strange surroundings. For a moment he thought that he was in the middle of some dimly lit Chinese lantern. The faint glow from the other cubicles around him gave that impression. Then he said to himself, firmly and successfully, "Go to sleep, boy. This is just an ordinary moon shuttle." When he awoke, the moon had swallowed up half the sky, and the braking maneuvers were about to begin. The wide arc of windows set in the curving wall of the passenger section now looked out onto the open sky, not the approaching globe, so he moved into the control cabin. Here, on the rear-view TV screen, he could watch the final stages of the descent. The approaching lunar mountains were utterly unlike those of Earth. They lacked the dazzling caps of snow, the green, close-fitting garments of vegetation, the moving crowns of cloud. Nevertheless, the fierce contrasts of light and shadow gave them a strange beauty of their own. The laws of earthly aesthetics did not apply here. This world had been shaped and molded by other than terrestrial forces, operating over eons of time unknown to the young, verdant Earth, with its fleeting ice ages, its swiftly rising and falling seas, its mountain ranges dissolving like mists before the dawn. Here was age inconceivable, but not death, for the moon had never lived. Until now. The descending ship was poised almost above the line dividing night from day, and directly below was a chaos of jagged shadows and brilliant isolated peaks catching the first light of the slow lunar dawn. That would be a fearful place to attempt a landing, even with all possible electronic aids, but they were slowly drifting away from it, toward the night side of the moon. Then Floyd saw, as his eyes grew more accustomed to the fainter illumination, that the night land was not wholly dark. It was aglow with a ghostly light, in which peaks and valleys and plains could be clearly seen. The earth, a giant moon to the moon, was flooding the land below with its radiance. On the pilot's panel, lights flashed above radar screens. Numbers came and went on computer displays, clocking off the distance of the approaching moon. They were still more than 1,000 miles away when weight returned as the jets began their gentle but steady deceleration. For ages, it seemed, the moon slowly expanded across the sky. The sun sank below the horizon, and at last a single giant crater filled the field of view. The shuttle was falling toward its central peaks, and suddenly Floyd noticed that near one of those peaks a brilliant light was flashing with a regular rhythm. It might have been an airport beacon back on Earth, and he stared at it with a tightening of the throat. It was proof that men had established another foothold on the moon. Now, the crater had expanded so much that its ramparts were slipping below the horizon, and the smaller craterlets that peppered its interior were beginning to disclose their real size. Some of these, tiny though they had seemed from far out in space, were miles across and could have swallowed whole cities. Under its automatic controls, the shuttle was sliding down the starlit sky toward that barren landscape glimmering in the light of the great gibbous earth. Now a voice was calling somewhere above the whistle of the jets and the electronic beepings that came and went through the cabin.
Clavius Control to Special 14. You're coming in nicely. Please make manual check of landing gear lock, hydraulic pressure, shock pad inflation.
The pilot pressed sundry switches, green lights flashed, and he called back, "All manual checks completed, landing gear lock, hydraulic pressure, shock pad okay."
Confirmed,
said the moon, and the descent continued wordlessly. Though there was still plenty of talking, it was all being done by machines, flashing binary impulses to one another at 1,000 times the rate their slow-thinking makers could communicate. Some of the mountain peaks were already towering above the shuttle. Now the ground was only a few thousand feet away, and the beacon light was a brilliant star, flashing steadily above a group of low buildings and odd vehicles. In the final stage of the descent, the jets seemed to be playing some strange tune. They pulsed on and off, making the last fine adjustments to the thrust. Abruptly, a swirling cloud of dust hid everything. The jets gave one final spurt, and the shuttle rocked very slightly, like a rowboat when a small wave goes by. It was some minutes before Floyd could really accept the silence that now enfolded him and the weak gravity that gripped his limbs. He had made, utterly without incident and in little more than one day, the incredible journey of which men had dreamed for 2,000 years. After a normal, routine flight, he had landed on the moon. Chapter 10. Clavius Base. Clavius, 150 miles in diameter, is the second largest crater on the visible face of the moon and lies in the center of the southern highlands. It is very old. Ages of volcanism and bombardment from space have scarred its walls and pockmarked its floor. But since the last era of crater formation, when the debris from the asteroid belt was still battering the inner planets, it had known peace for 500 million years. Now there were new, strange stirrings on and below its surface, for here man was establishing his first permanent bridgehead on the moon. Clavius Base could, in an emergency, be entirely self-supporting. All the necessities of life were produced from the local rocks, after they had been crushed, heated, and chemically processed. Hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, all these and most of the other elements could be found inside the moon, if one knew where to look for them. The base was a closed system, like a tiny working model of Earth itself, recycling all the chemicals of life. The atmosphere was purified in a vast hothouse, a large circular room buried just below the lunar surface. Under blazing lamps by night and filtered sunlight by day, acres of stubby green plants grew in a warm, moist atmosphere. They were special mutations designed for the express purpose of replenishing the air with oxygen and providing food as a byproduct. More food was produced by chemical processing systems and algae culture. Although the green scum circulating through yards of transparent plastic tubes would scarcely have appealed to a gourmet, the biochemists could convert it into chops and steaks only an expert could distinguish from the real thing. The 1,100 men and 600 women who made up the personnel of the base were all highly trained scientists or technicians, carefully selected before they had left Earth. Though lunar living was now virtually free from the hardships, disadvantages, and occasional dangers of the early days, it was still psychologically demanding and not recommended for anyone suffering from claustrophobia. Since it was expensive and time-consuming to cut a large underground base out of solid rock or compacted lava, the standard one-man living module was a room only about 6 feet wide, 10 feet long, and 8 feet high. Each room was attractively furnished and looked very much like a good motel suite, with convertible sofa, TV, small hi-fi set, and vision phone. Moreover, by a simple trick of interior decoration, the one unbroken wall could be converted by the flip of a switch into a convincing terrestrial landscape. There was a choice of 8 views. This touch of luxury was typical of the base, though it was sometimes hard to explain its necessity to the folk back on Earth. Every man and woman in Clavius had cost $100,000 in training and transport and housing. It was worth a little extra to maintain their peace of mind. This was not art for art's sake, but art for the sake of sanity. One of the attractions of life in the base, and on the moon as a whole, was undoubtedly the low gravity, which produced a sense of general well-being. However, this had its dangers, and it was several weeks before an emigrant from Earth could adapt to it. On the moon, the human body had to learn a whole new set of reflexes. It had, for the first time, to distinguish between mass and weight. A man who weighed 180 pounds on Earth might be delighted to discover that he weighed only 30 pounds on the moon. As long as he moved in a straight line at a uniform speed, he felt a wonderful sense of buoyancy. But as soon as he attempted to change course, to turn corners, or to stop suddenly, then he would find that his full 180 pounds of mass, or inertia, was still there. For that was fixed and unalterable, the same on Earth, moon, sun, or in free space. Before one could be properly adapted to lunar living, therefore, it was essential to learn that all objects were now 6 times as sluggish as their mere weight would suggest. It was a lesson usually driven home by numerous collisions and hard knocks, and old lunar hands kept their distance from newcomers until they were acclimatized. With its complex of workshops, offices, storerooms, computer center, generators, garage, kitchen, laboratories, and food processing plant, Clavius Base was a miniature world in itself. And ironically, many of the skills that had been used to build this underground empire had been developed during the half-century of the Cold War. Any man who had ever worked in a hardened missile site would have felt at home in Clavius. Here on the moon were the same arts and hardware of underground living, and of protection against a hostile environment. But here they had been turned to the purposes of peace. After 10,000 years, man had at last found something as exciting as war. Unfortunately, not all nations had yet realized that fact. The mountains that had been so prominent just before landing had mysteriously disappeared, hidden from sight below the steeply curving lunar horizon. Around the spacecraft was a flat, gray plain, brilliantly lit by the slanting Earthlight. Although the sky was, of course, completely black, only the brighter stars and planets could be seen unless the eyes were shaded from the surface glare. Several very odd vehicles were rolling up to the Ares 1B spaceship. Cranes, hoists, servicing trucks, some automatic, some operated by a driver in a small pressure cabin. Most of them moved on balloon tires, for this smooth, level plane posed no transportation difficulties. But one tanker rolled on the peculiar flex wheels, which had proved one of the best all-purpose ways of getting around on the moon. A series of flat plates arranged in a circle, each plate independently mounted and sprung, the flex wheel had many of the advantages of the caterpillar track from which it had evolved. It would adapt its shape and diameter to the terrain over which it was moving, and, unlike a caterpillar track, would continue to function even if a few sections were missing. A small bus with an extension tube like a stubby elephant trunk was now nuzzling affectionately up against the spacecraft. A few seconds later, there were bangings and bumpings from outside, followed by the sound of hissing air as connections were made and pressure was equalized. The inner door of the airlock opened, and the welcoming delegation entered. It was led by Ralph Halverson, the administrator of the Southern Province, which meant not only the base but also any exploring parties that operated from it. With him was his chief scientist, Dr. Roy Michaels, a grizzled little geophysicist whom Floyd knew from previous visits, and half a dozen senior scientists and executives. They greeted him with respectful relief. From the administrator downward, it was obvious that they looked forward to a chance of unloading some of their worries.
"Very pleased to have you with us, Dr. Floyd," said Halverson. "Did you have a good trip?"
"Excellent," Floyd answered. "It couldn't have been better. The crew looked after me very well." He exchanged the usual small talk that courtesy demanded, while the bus rolled away from the spacecraft. By unspoken agreement, no one mentioned the reason for his visit. After traveling 1,000 feet from the landing site, the bus came to a large sign which read, "Welcome to Clavius Base, U.S. Astronautical Engineering Corps, 1994. It then dived into a cutting which took it quickly below ground level. A massive door opened ahead, then closed behind them. This happened again, and yet a third time. When the last door had closed, there was a great roaring of air, and they were back in atmosphere once more, in the shirt-sleeve environment of the base. After a short walk through a tunnel packed with pipes and cables and echoing hollowly with rhythmic thumpings and throbbings, they arrived in executive territory, and Floyd found himself back in the familiar environment of typewriters, office computers, girl assistants, wall charts, and ringing telephones. As they paused outside the door labeled Administrator, Halverson said diplomatically, "Dr. Floyd and I will be along to the briefing room in a couple of minutes." The others nodded, made agreeable sounds, and drifted off down the corridor. But before Halverson could usher Floyd into his office, there was an interruption. The door opened, and a small figure hurled itself at the administrator.
"Daddy, you've been topside, and you promised to take me."
"Now, Diana," said Halverson with exasperated tenderness. "I only said I'd take you if I could, but I've been very busy meeting Dr. Floyd. Shake hands with him. He's just come from Earth."
The little girl, Floyd judged that she was about 8, extended a limp hand. Her face was vaguely familiar, and Floyd suddenly became aware that the administrator was looking at him with a quizzical smile. With a shock of recollection, he understood why.
"I don't believe it," he exclaimed. "When I was here last, she was just a baby."
"She had her 4th birthday last week," Halverson answered proudly. "Children grow fast in this low gravity, but they don't age so quickly. They'll live longer than we do."
Floyd stared in fascination at the self-assured little lady, noting the graceful carriage and the unusually delicate bone structure.
"It's nice to meet you again, Diana," he said.
Then something, perhaps sheer curiosity, perhaps politeness, impelled him to add, "Would you like to go to Earth?" Her eyes widened with astonishment. Then she shook her head.
"It's a nasty place. You hurt yourself when you fall down. Besides, there are too many people."
So here, Floyd told himself, is the first generation of the space-born. There would be more of them in the years to come. Though there was sadness in this thought, there was also a great hope. When Earth was tamed and tranquil, and perhaps a little tired, there would still be scope for those who loved freedom, for the tough pioneers, the restless adventurers. But their tools would not be axe and gun and canoe and wagon.
they would be nuclear power plant and plasma drive and hydroponic farm. The time was fast approaching when Earth, like all mothers, must say farewell to her children. With a mixture of threats and promises, Halverson managed to evict his determined offspring and led Floyd into the office. The administrator's suite was only about 15 feet square, but it managed to contain all the fittings and status symbols of the typical $50,000 a year head of a department. Signed photographs of important politicians, including the President of the United States and the Secretary General of the United Nations, adorned one wall, while signed photos of celebrated astronauts covered most of another. Floyd sank into a comfortable leather chair and was given a glass of sherry, courtesy of the Lunar Biochemical Labs.
"How's it going, Ralph?"
Floyd asked, sipping the drink with caution, then with approval.
"Not too bad,"
Halverson replied.
"However, there is something you'd better know about before you go in there."
"What is it?"
"Well, I suppose you could describe it as a morale problem."
Halverson sighed.
"Oh?"
"It isn't serious yet, but it's getting there fast."
"The news blackout," Floyd said flatly.
"Right,"
Halverson replied.
"My people are getting very steamed up about it. After all, most of them have families back on Earth. They probably believe they're all dead of moon plague."
"I'm sorry about that," said Floyd, "but no one could think of a better cover story, and so far it's worked. By the way, I met Moisevich at the space station, and even he bought it."
"Well, that should make security happy."
"Not too happy. He had heard of TMA-1. Rumors are beginning to leak out. But we just can't issue any statement until we know what the damn thing is, and whether our Chinese friends are behind it."
"Dr. Michaels thinks he has the answer to that. He's dying to tell you."
Floyd drained his glass.
"And I'm dying to hear him. Let's go."
Chapter 11. Anomaly. The briefing took place in a large rectangular chamber that could hold 100 people with ease. It was equipped with the latest optical and electronic displays and would have looked like a model conference room but for the numerous posters, pin-ups, notices, and amateur paintings, which indicated that it was also the center of the local cultural life. Floyd was particularly struck by a collection of signs, obviously assembled with loving care, which carried such messages as, "Please keep off the grass," "No parking on even days," "Defense defumer," "To the beach," "Cattle crossing," "Soft shoulders," and "Do not feed the animals." If these were genuine, as they certainly appeared to be, their transportation from Earth had cost a small fortune. There was a touching defiance about them. On this hostile world, men could still joke about the things they had been forced to leave behind, and which their children would never miss. A crowd of 40 or 50 people was waiting for Floyd, and everyone rose politely as he entered behind the administrator. As he nodded at several familiar faces, Floyd whispered to Halverson,
"I'd like to say a few words before the briefing."
Floyd sat down in the front row while the administrator ascended the rostrum and looked round his audience.
"Ladies and gentlemen," Halverson began, "I needn't tell you that this is a very important occasion. We are delighted to have Dr. Heywood Floyd with us. We all know him by reputation, and many of us are acquainted with him personally. He has just completed a special flight from Earth to be here, and before the briefing he has a few words for us. Dr. Floyd."
Floyd walked to the rostrum amid a sprinkling of polite applause, surveyed the audience with a smile, and said,
"Thank you. I only want to say this. The President has asked me to convey his appreciation of your outstanding work, which we hope the world will soon be able to recognize. I'm quite aware," he continued carefully, "that some of you, perhaps most of you, are anxious that the present veil of secrecy be withdrawn. You would not be scientists if you thought otherwise."
He caught a glimpse of Dr. Michaels, whose face was creased in a slight frown which brought out a long scar down his right cheek, presumably the aftermath of some accident in space. The geologist, he was well aware, had been protesting vigorously against what he called this cops and robbers nonsense. "But I would remind you," Floyd continued, "that this is a quite extraordinary situation. We must be absolutely sure of our own facts. If we make errors now, there may be no second chance, so please be patient a little longer. Those are also the wishes of the President. That's all I have to say."
Now I'm ready for your report.
He walked back to his seat. The administrator said,
"Thank you very much, Dr. Floyd,"
and nodded rather brusquely to his chief scientist. On cue, Dr. Michaels walked up to the rostrum, and the lights faded out. A photograph of the moon flashed onto the screen. At the very center of the disk was a brilliant white crater ring from which a striking pattern of rays fanned out. It looked exactly as if someone had hurled a bag of flour at the face of the moon, and it had spattered out in all directions.
"This is Tycho," said Michaels, pointing to the central crater. "On this vertical photograph, Tycho is even more conspicuous than when seen from Earth. Then it's rather near the edge of the moon. But observed from this viewpoint, looking straight down from 1,000 miles up, you'll see how it dominates an entire hemisphere."
He let Floyd absorb this unfamiliar view of a familiar object, then continued.
"During the past year, we have been conducting a magnetic survey of the region from a low-level satellite. It was completed only last month, and this is the result, the map that started all the trouble."
Another picture flashed on the screen. It looked like a contour map, though it showed magnetic intensity, not heights above sea level. For the most part, the lines were roughly parallel and spaced well apart, but in one corner of the map, they became suddenly packed together to form a series of concentric circles, like a drawing of a knothole in a piece of wood. Even to an untrained eye, it was obvious that something peculiar had happened to the moon's magnetic field in this region, and in large letters across the bottom of the map were the words Tycho Magnetic Anomaly 1, TMA1. Stamped on the top right was classified.
"At first we thought it might be an outcrop of magnetic rock, but all the geological evidence was against it, and not even a big nickel-iron meteorite could produce a field as intense as this, so we decided to have a look. The first party discovered nothing, just the usual level terrain buried beneath a very thin layer of moon dust. They sank a drill in the exact center of the magnetic field to get a core sample for study. 20 feet down, the drill stopped. So the survey party started to dig. Not an easy job in spacesuits, as I can assure you. What they found brought them back to base in a hurry. We sent out a bigger team with better equipment. They excavated for 2 weeks, with the result you know." The darkened assembly room became suddenly hushed and expectant as the picture on the screen changed. Though everyone had seen it many times, there was not a person who failed to crane forward as if hoping to find new details. On Earth and Moon, less than 100 people had so far been allowed to set eyes on this photograph. It showed a man in a bright red and yellow spacesuit standing at the bottom of an excavation and supporting a surveyor's rod marked off in tenths of a meter. It was obviously a night shot and might have been taken anywhere on the Moon or Mars, but until now no planet had ever produced a scene like this. The object before which the spacesuited man was posing was a vertical slab of jet-black material, about 10 feet high and 5 feet wide. It reminded Floyd somewhat ominously of a giant tombstone. Perfectly sharp-edged and symmetrical, it was so black it seemed to have swallowed up the light falling upon it. There was no surface detail at all. It was impossible to tell whether it was made of stone or metal or plastic or some material altogether unknown to man. TMA1, Dr. Michaels declared, almost reverently. "It looks brand new, doesn't it? I can hardly blame those who thought it was just a few years old and tried to connect it with the third Chinese expedition back in '98, but I never believed that, and now we've been able to date it positively from local geological evidence. My colleagues and I, Dr. Floyd, will stake our reputations on this. TMA1 has nothing to do with the Chinese. Indeed, it has nothing to do with the human race, for when it was buried, there were no humans. You see, it is approximately 3 million years old. What you are now looking at is the first evidence of intelligent life beyond the Earth."
Chapter 12. Journey by Earthlight. Macro Crater Province extends south from near center of visible face of moon east of Central Crater Province, densely packed with impact craters, many large and including the largest on Moon. In north, some craters fractured from impact forming Mare Imbrium.
Rough surfaces almost everywhere except for some crater bottoms. Most surfaces in slopes, mostly 10 degrees to 12 degrees. Some crater bottoms nearly level. Landing and movement. Landing generally difficult because of rough sloping surfaces, less difficult in some level crater bottoms. Movement possible almost everywhere, but route selection required, less difficult on some level crater bottoms. Construction. Generally moderately difficult because of slope and numerous large blocks in loose material. Excavation of lava difficult in some crater bottoms. Tycho. Post Maria crater, 54 miles diameter, rim 7,900 feet above surroundings, bottom 12,000 feet deep. Has the most prominent ray system on the Moon, some rays extending more than 500 miles. Extract from Engineer Special Study of the Surface of the Moon, Office Chief of Engineers, Department of the Army, U.S. Geological Survey, Washington, 1961. The mobile lab, now rolling across the crater plain at 50 miles an hour, looked rather like an outsized trailer mounted on 8 flex wheels. But it was very much more than this. It was a self-contained base in which 20 men could live and work for several weeks. Indeed, it was virtually a land-going spaceship, and in an emergency it could even fly. If it came to a crevasse or canyon which was too large to detour and too steep to enter, it could hop across the obstacle on its 4 underjets. As he peered out of the window, Floyd could see stretching ahead of him a well-defined trail, where dozens of vehicles had left a hard-packed band in the friable surface of the Moon. At regular intervals along the track were tall, slender rods, each carrying a flashing light. No one could possibly get lost on the 200-mile journey from Clavius Base to TMA-1, even though it was still night and the sun would not rise for several hours. The stars overhead were only a little brighter, or more numerous, than on a clear night from the high plateaus of New Mexico or Colorado. But there were 2 things in that coal-black sky that destroyed any illusion of Earth. The first was Earth itself, a blazing beacon hanging above the northern horizon. The light pouring down from the giant half-globe was dozens of times more brilliant than the full moon, and it covered all this land with a cold blue-green phosphorescence. The second celestial apparition was a faint, pearly cone of light slanting up the eastern sky. It became brighter and brighter toward the horizon, hinting of great fires just concealed below the edge of the moon. Here was a pale glory that no man had ever seen from Earth, save during the few moments of a total eclipse. It was the corona, harbinger of the lunar dawn, giving notice that before long the sun would smite this sleeping land. As he sat with Halverson and Michaels in the forward observation lounge, immediately beneath the driver's position, Floyd found his thoughts turning again and again to the 3-million-year-wide gulf that had just opened up before him. Like all scientifically literate men, he was used to considering far longer periods of time, but they had concerned only the movements of stars and the slow cycles of the inanimate universe. Mind or intelligence had not been involved. Those eons were empty of all that touched the emotions. 3 million years! The infinitely crowded panorama of written history, with its empires and its kings, its triumphs and its tragedies, covered barely 1,000th of this appalling span of time. Not only man himself, but most of the animals now alive on Earth did not even exist when this black enigma was so carefully buried here, in the most brilliant and most spectacular of all the craters of the moon. That it had been buried, and quite deliberately, Dr. Michaels was absolutely sure. "At first," he explained, "I rather hoped it might mark the site of some underground structure, but our latest excavations have eliminated that. It's sitting on a wide platform of the same black material, with undisturbed rock beneath it. The creatures who designed it wanted to make sure it stayed put, barring major moonquakes. They were building for eternity." There was triumph and yet sadness in Michael's voice, and Floyd could share both emotions. At last, one of man's oldest questions had been answered. Here was the proof beyond all shadow of doubt that his was not the only intelligence that the universe had brought forth. But with that knowledge there came again an aching awareness of the immensity of time. Whatever had passed this way had missed mankind by 100,000 generations. Perhaps, Floyd told himself, it was just as well. And yet, what we might have learned from creatures who could cross space while our ancestors were still living in trees. A few hundred yards ahead, a signpost was coming up over the moon's strangely close horizon. At its base was a tent-shaped structure covered with shining silver foil, obviously for protection against the fierce heat of day. As the bus rolled by, Floyd was able to read in the brilliant earthlight, Emergency Depot Number 3, 20 kilos locks, 10 kilos water, 20 food packs, MK4, 1 toolkit Type B, 1 suit repair outfit, telephone. "Have you thought of that?" asked Floyd, pointing out of the window. "Suppose the thing's a supply cache, left behind by an expedition that never returned." "It's a possibility," admitted Michaels. "That magnetic field certainly labeled its position so that it could be easily found, but it's rather small. It couldn't hold much in the way of supplies." "Why not?" interjected Halverson. "Who knows how big they were? Perhaps they were only 6 inches tall, which would make the thing 20 or 30 stories high." Michaels shook his head. "Out of the question," he protested. "You can't have very small, intelligent creatures. You need a minimum brain size." Michaels and Halverson, Floyd had noticed, usually took opposing viewpoints. Yet there appeared to be little personal hostility or friction between them. They seemed to respect each other and simply agreed to disagree. There was certainly little agreement anywhere about the nature of TMA-1, or the Tycho monolith, as some preferred to call it, retaining part of the abbreviation. In the 6 hours since he had landed on the moon, Floyd had heard a dozen theories, but had committed himself to none. Shrine, survey marker, tomb, geophysical instrument, these were perhaps the favorite suggestions, and some of the protagonists grew very heated in their defense. A good many bets had already been placed, and a lot of money would change hands when the truth was finally known, if indeed it ever was. So far, the hard, black material of the slab had resisted all the rather mild attempts that Michaels and his colleagues had made to obtain samples. They had no doubt that a laser beam would cut into it, for surely nothing could resist that frightful concentration of energy, but the decision to employ such violent measures would be left to Floyd. He had already decided that X-rays, sonic probes, neutron beams, and all other non-destructive means of investigation would be brought into play before he called up the heavy artillery of the laser. It was the mark of a barbarian to destroy something one could not understand. But perhaps men were barbarians, beside the creatures who had made this thing. And where could they have come from? The moon itself? No, that was utterly impossible. If there had ever been indigenous life on this barren world, it had been destroyed during the last crater-forming epoch, when most of the lunar surface was white-hot. Earth? Very unlikely, though perhaps not quite impossible. Any advanced terrestrial civilization, presumably a non-human one, back in the Pleistocene era would have left many other traces of its existence. We would have known all about it, thought Floyd, long before we got to the moon. That left two alternatives, the planets and the stars. Yet all the evidence was against intelligent life elsewhere in the solar system, or indeed life of any kind except on Earth and Mars. The inner planets were too hot, the outer ones far too cold, unless one descended into their atmosphere to depths where the pressures amounted to hundreds of tons to the square inch. So perhaps these visitors had come from the stars. Yet that was even more incredible. As he looked up at the constellations strewn across the ebon lunar sky, Floyd remembered how often his fellow scientists had proved that interstellar travel was impossible. The journey from Earth to Moon was still fairly impressive, but the very nearest star was 100 million times more distant. Speculation was a waste of time. He must wait until there was more evidence.
Please fasten your seat belts and secure all loose objects. 40-degree slope approaching.
2 marker posts with winking lights had appeared on the horizon, and the bus was steering between them. Floyd had barely adjusted his straps when the vehicle slowly edged itself over the brink of a really terrifying incline and began to descend a long, rubble-covered slope as steep as the roof of a house. The slanting earthlight, coming from behind them, now gave very little illumination, and the bus's own floodlights had been switched on. Many years ago, Floyd had stood on the lip of Vesuvius, staring into the crater. He could easily imagine that he was now driving down into it, and the sensation was not a very pleasant one. They were descending one of the inner terraces of Tycho, and had leveled out again some 1,000 feet below. As they crawled down the slope, Michaels pointed out across the great expanse of plain now spread out beneath them. "There they are!" he exclaimed. Floyd nodded. He had already noticed the cluster of red and green lights several miles ahead, and kept his eyes fixed upon it as the bus edged its way delicately down the slope.
This is the end of Disc 2. Please continue listening on Disc number 3.
Problem. We wanted to create something realistic and plausible that would not be made obsolete by the events of the next few years. And though our original working title was How the Solar System Was Won, Stanley was aiming at something more than a straightforward tale of exploration. As he was fond of telling me, what I want is a theme of mythic grandeur. Well, as the real year 2001 approaches, the movie has become part of popular culture. I doubt if even his wildest dreams Stanley imagined that one day about 100 million Americans would know exactly who or what was speaking when a Super Bowl commercial announced in a silken yet sinister voice, "It was a bug, Dave." And by the way, if anyone still believes the legend that HAL was derived from IBM by displacing one letter of the alphabet, let me once again point wearily to Chapter 16 for the correct origin of the name. Nowadays, even in my own mind, book and movie tend to be confused with each other and with reality. The various sequels make the situation even more complicated. So I'd like to go back to the beginning and recall how the whole thing started. In April 1964, I left Salon, as it was then called, and went to New York to complete my editorial work on the Time Life book, Man and Space. It progressed very smoothly because whenever one of Time Life's zealous researchers asked me, "What is your authority for this statement?" I'd fix her with a basilisk stare and answer, "You're looking at him." So I had ample energy for moonlighting with Stanley, and our first encounter was in Trader Vic's on April 23rd. They should put up a plaque to mark the spot. Stanley was still basking in the success of his last movie, Dr. Strangelove, and was looking for an even more ambitious theme. He wanted to make a movie about man's place in the universe, a project likely to give a heart attack to any studio head of the old school, or for that matter, of the new one. Now, before you make a movie, you have to have a script. And before you have a script, you have to have a story. Though some avant-garde directors have tried to dispense with the latter item, you'll find their work only at art theatres. I'd already given Stanley a list of my shorter pieces, and we decided that one, The Sentinel, contained a basic idea on which we could build. The Sentinel was written in an explosion of energy at Christmas 1948 as my entry for a BBC short story competition. It wasn't even placed, and I've sometimes wondered who did win. It's now been anthologized so often that I need only say that it's a mood piece about the discovery of an alien artifact on the moon, a kind of burglar alarm waiting to be set off by mankind's arrival. 2001 is often said to be based on The Sentinel, but that's a gross oversimplification. The two bear much the same relationship as an acorn and an oak tree. It needed a lot more material to make the movie, and some of it came from another short story, Encounter in the Dawn, and 4 other shorts. But most of it was wholly new, and the result of months of brainstorming with Stanley, followed by lonely, well, fairly lonely, hours in Rome 1008 of the famous Hotel Chelsea on 23rd Street, which I was happy to revisit only a few months ago. That's where most of the novel was written, and the journal of this often painful process I've recorded in my book, The Lost Worlds of 2001, which gives a lot of the alternative storylines. But why write a novel, you may ask, when we were aiming to make a movie? It's true that novelizations, horrible word, are all too often produced afterwards. But in this case, Stanley had excellent reasons for reversing the process. Because a screenplay has to specify everything in excruciating detail, it's almost as tedious to read as to write. John Fowles put it very well when he said, "Writing a novel is like swimming through the sea. Writing a film script is like thrashing through treacle." Perhaps because Stanley realized that I have a low tolerance for boredom, he suggested that before we embark on the drudgery of the script, we let our imaginations soar freely by writing a complete novel from which we could later derive the script and hopefully a little cash. Well, that's more or less the way it worked out, though towards the end, novel and screenplay were being written simultaneously with feedback in both directions. Thus, I rewrote some sections after seeing the movie Rushes, a rather expensive method of literary creation which few other authors can have enjoyed, though I'm not sure if enjoyed is the right word. To give the flavor of that hectic time, here's some extracts from the journal I must have hastily written in the smaller hours of the morning. May 28, 1964. Suggested to Stanley that they might be machines who regard organic life as a hideous disease. Stanley thinks this is cute. July 11th. Joined Stanley to discuss plot development, but spent almost all the time arguing about Cantor's transfinite groups. That's numbers beyond infinity. I decide that he's a latent mathematical genius. July 12. Now we have everything except the plot. July 26. Stanley's 36th birthday. Went to the village and found a card with the inscription, "How can you have a happy birthday when the whole world may blow up at any minute?" September 28. Dreamed I was a robot being rebuilt. Took 2 chapters to Stanley, who cooked me a fine steak, remarking, "Joe Levine doesn't do this for his writers." December 10. Stanley calls me after screening H.G. Wells's Things to Come and says he'll never see another movie I recommend. December 24. Slowly tinkering with the final pages so I can have them as a Christmas present for Stanley. This last entry on Christmas Eve records my hope that the novel was now essentially complete. In fact, all we had was merely a rough draft of the first 2/3, stopping at the most exciting point because we hadn't the faintest idea what would happen next. But it was enough to let Stanley set up the deal with MGM and Cinerama for what was originally trumpeted as Journey Beyond the Stars. Throughout 1965, Stanley was involved in the incredibly complex post-production activities, made even more difficult by the fact that the film would be shot in England while he was still in New York, and under no circumstances would he travel by air. I'm in no position to criticize. Stanley learned not to fly the hard way by getting his pilot's license. For similar reasons, I've never been behind a steering wheel since the day I barely passed my driving test in Sydney, Australia in 1956. I, too, was cured for life by the traumatic experience. While Stanley was making the movie, I was trying to complete the final version of the novel, which, of course, had to receive his blessing before it could be published. This proved extremely difficult to obtain, partly because he was so busy at the studio that he never had time to focus his attention on the many versions of the manuscript. He swore he wasn't dragging his feet to make certain that the movie appeared before the book, which it did by several months in spring 1968. Considering its complex and agonizing gestation, it's not surprising the novel differs from the movie in several respects. Most important, and how lucky this was, we could never have guessed at the time, Stanley decided to rendezvous with Jupiter, whereas in the novel, the spaceship Discovery flew onto Saturn, using Jupiter's gravitational field to boost it on its way. Precisely this perturbation mover, as it's called, was used by the Voyager spacecraft 11 years later. Why the change from Saturn to Jupiter? Well, it made a more straightforward storyline, and more important, the special effects department couldn't produce a Saturn that Stanley found convincing. If it had done so, the movie would have been badly dated by now, because the Voyager mission, showed Saturn's rings to be far more implausible and complicated than anyone had ever dreamed. For more than a decade after publication of the novel in July 1968, I indignantly denied that any sequel was possible, or that I had the slightest intention of writing one. But the brilliant success of the Voyager missions changed my mind. Distant worlds, about which absolutely nothing was known when Stanley and I started our collaboration, suddenly became real places with fantastic surface conditions. Who could ever have imagined satellites entirely covered with ice floes or volcanoes spurting sulfur 100 kilometers into space? Science fiction could now be made far more convincing by science fact. 2010, Odyssey 2, was about the real Jupiter satellite system. There's also another profound distinction between the two books. 2001 was written in an age which now lies beyond one of the great divides in human history. We are sundered from it forever by the moment when Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin stepped out onto the Sea of Tranquility. Now history and fiction have become inextricably intertwined. The Apollo astronauts had already seen the film when they left for the moon. The crew of Apollo 8, who at Christmas 1968 became the first men ever to set eyes upon the lunar far side, told me that they'd been tempted to radio back the discovery of a large black monolith. Alas, discretion prevailed. The Apollo 13 mission, however, does have an uncanny connection with 2001. When the computer HAL reported the failure of the AE-35 unit, the phrase he or it used was, "Sorry to interrupt the festivities, but we have a problem." Well, when the Apollo 13 command module, named Odyssey, and the crew had just concluded a TV broadcast with the movie's famous thruster theme, when an oxygen tank exploded, their first words back to Earth were, "Houston, we've had a problem." When NASA Administrator Tom Paine sent me the report of the mission, he wrote on the cover, "Just as you always said it would be, Arthur." In an earlier draft of the novel, David Bowman had to make an EVA in one of Discovery's space pods and chase the ship's lost communications antenna system. He caught up with it, but was unable to check its slow spin and bring it back to Discovery. Well, in November 1984, astronaut Joe Allen left the space shuttle Discovery, no, I'm not making this up, and used his maneuvering unit to rendezvous with a satellite that had been launched into the wrong orbit. Unlike Bowman, he was able to check its spin by bursts from the nitrogen jet thrusters on his backpack. The satellite was brought back into Discovery's cargo bay and safely returned to Earth for repair and relaunched, after one of the most remarkable and successful shuttle missions ever flown to that date. And I haven't quite finished. Just about the time Joe was doing all this, I received a copy of his beautiful book, Entering Space, An Astronaut's Odyssey, with a covering letter that read, "Dear Arthur, when I was a boy, you infected me with both the writing bug and the space bug, but neglected to tell me how difficult either undertaking can be." I need hardly say that this sort of tribute gives me a warm glow of satisfaction, but it also makes me feel a contemporary of the Wright brothers. The novel has sometimes been criticized for explaining too much and thus destroying some of the movie's mystery. Rock Hudson stormed out of the premiere complaining, "Can someone tell me what the hell this is all about?" But I'm quite unrepentant. The printed text has to give much more detail than can be shown on the screen. And I've compounded the felony by writing 2010, which Peter Hyams made into an excellent movie, and two other novels, 2061 and 3001. No trilogy should have more than 4 volumes, so I promise that 3001 is indeed the final Odyssey. Little more than 2 weeks after writing the words in this foreword, I received the shocking and completely unexpected news that Stanley had died at the age of 70. He was planning a special promotion of the movie in the year 2001. I'm very sad that I won't be able to share the occasion with him. Although we met not very often in the decades since the film was made, we did remain in friendly touch. And a few nights ago, I had dreamed that we were talking together. He was looking exactly the same as in 1964, and he asked me, "Well, what should we do next?" There might have been a next involving Brian Aliss's beautiful short story, Super Toys Last All Summer Long, which Stanley worked on for some time under the title AI. But for several reasons, this fell through, and I believe Steven Spielberg is now working on it. One of my deepest regrets now is that we won't be able to welcome the year 2001 together.
"2001, A Space Odyssey." Forward. Behind every man now alive stand 30 ghosts, for that is the ratio by which the dead outnumber the living. Since the dawn of time, roughly 100 billion human beings have walked the planet Earth. Now this is an interesting number, for by a curious coincidence there are approximately 100 billion stars in our local universe, the Milky Way. So for every man who has ever lived in this universe there shines a star. But every one of those stars is a sun, often far more brilliant and glorious than the small nearby star we call the Sun, and many, perhaps most, of those alien suns have planets circling them. So almost certainly there is enough land in the sky to give every member of the human species back to the first ape man, his own private, world-sized heaven, or hell. How many of those potential heavens and hells are now inhabited, and by what manner of creatures, we have no way of guessing. The very nearest is 1,000,000 times farther away than Mars or Venus, those still remote goals of the next generation. But the barriers of distance are crumbling. One day we shall meet our equals, or our masters, among the stars. Men have been slow to face this prospect. Some still hope that it may never become reality. Increasing numbers, however, are asking, why have such meetings not occurred already, since we ourselves are about to venture into space? Why not, indeed? Here is one possible answer to that very reasonable question. But please remember, this is only a work of fiction. The truth, as always, will be far stranger. Arthur C. Clarke. Part 1. Primeval Night. Chapter 1. The Road to Extinction. The drought had lasted now for 10 million years, and the reign of the terrible lizards had long since ended. Here on the equator, in the continent which would one day be known as Africa, the battle for existence had reached a new climax of ferocity, and the victor was not yet in sight. In this barren and desiccated land, only the small or the swift or the fierce could flourish, or even hope to survive. The man-apes of the veldt were none of these things, and they were not flourishing. Indeed, they were already far down the road to racial extinction. About 50 of them occupied a group of caves overlooking a small, parched valley, which was divided by a sluggish stream fed from snows in the mountains 200 miles to the north. In bad times, the stream vanished completely, and the tribe lived in the shadow of thirst. It was always hungry, and now it was starving. When the first faint glow of dawn crept into the cave, Moon Watcher saw that his father had died in the night. He did not know that the Old One was his father, for such a relationship was utterly beyond his understanding, but as he looked at the emaciated body, he felt a dim disquiet that was the ancestor of sadness. The two babies were already whimpering for food, but became silent when Moon Watcher snarled at them. One of the mothers, defending the infant she could not properly feed, gave him an angry growl in return. He lacked the energy even to cuff her for her presumption. Now it was light enough to leave. Moon Watcher picked up the shriveled corpse and dragged it after him as he bent under the low overhang of the cave. Once outside, he threw the body over his shoulder and stood upright, the only animal in all this world able to do so. Among his kind, Moon Watcher was almost a giant. He was nearly 5 feet high, and though badly undernourished, weighed over 100 pounds. His hairy, muscular body was halfway between ape and man, but his head was already much nearer to man than ape. The forehead was low, and there were ridges over the eye sockets, yet he unmistakably held in his genes the promise of humanity. As he looked out upon the hostile world of the Pleistocene, there was already something in his gaze beyond the capacity of any ape. In those dark, deep-set eyes was a dawning awareness, the first intimations of an intelligence that could not possibly fulfill itself for ages yet, and might soon be extinguished forever. There was no sign of danger, so Moon Watcher began to scramble down the almost vertical slope outside the cave, only slightly hindered by his burden. As if they had been waiting for his signal, the rest of the tribe emerged from their own homes farther down the rock face and began to hasten toward the muddy waters of the stream for their morning drink. Moon Watcher looked across the valley to see if the others were in sight, but there was no trace of them. Perhaps they had not yet left their caves, or were already foraging farther along the hillside. Since they were nowhere to be seen, Moon Watcher forgot them. He was incapable of worrying about more than one thing at a time. First, he must get rid of the Old One. But this was a problem that demanded little thought. There had been many deaths this season, one of them in his own cave. He had only to put the corpse where he had left the new baby at the last quarter of the moon, and the hyenas would do the rest. They were already waiting, where the little valley fanned out into the savannah, almost as if they had known that he was coming. Moon Watcher left the body under a small bush. All the earlier bones were already gone, and hurried back to rejoin the tribe. He never thought of his father again. His two mates, the adults from the other caves, and most of the youngsters, were foraging among the drought-stunted trees farther up the valley, looking for berries, succulent roots and leaves, and occasional windfalls like small lizards or rodents. Only the babies and the feeblest of the old folk were left in the caves. If there was any surplus food at the end of the day's searching, they might be fed. If not, the hyenas would soon be in luck once more. But this day was a good one. Though as Moon Watcher had no real remembrance of the past, he could not compare one time with another. He had found a hive of bees in the stump of a dead tree, and so had enjoyed the finest delicacy that his people could ever know. He still licked his fingers from time to time as he led the group homeward in the late afternoon. Of course, he had also collected a fair number of stings, but he had scarcely noticed them.
He was now as near to contentment as he was ever likely to be, for though he was still hungry, he was not actually weak with hunger. That was the most to which any man-ape could ever aspire. His contentment vanished when he reached the stream. The others were there. They were there every day, but that did not make it any the less annoying. There were about 30 of them, and they could not have been distinguished from the members of Moonwatcher's own tribe. As they saw him coming, they began to dance, shake their arms, and shriek on their side of the stream, and his own people replied in kind. And that was all that happened. Though the man-apes often fought and wrestled one another, their disputes very seldom resulted in serious injuries. Having no claws or fighting canine teeth, and being well protected by hair, they could not inflict much harm on one another. In any event, they had little surplus energy for such unproductive behavior. Snarling and threatening was a much more efficient way of asserting their points of view. The confrontation lasted about 5 minutes. Then the display died out as quickly as it had begun, and everyone drank his fill of the muddy water. Honor had been satisfied. Each group had staked its claim to its own territory. This important business having been settled, the tribe moved off along its side of the river. The nearest worthwhile grazing was now more than a mile from the caves, and they had to share it with a herd of large, antelope-like beasts who barely tolerated their presence. They could not be driven away, for they were armed with ferocious daggers on their foreheads, the natural weapons which the man-apes did not possess. So Moonwatcher and his companions chewed berries and fruit and leaves and fought off the pangs of hunger, while all around them, competing for the same fodder, was a potential source of more food than they could ever hope to eat. Yet the thousands of tons of succulent meat roaming over the savanna and through the bush was not only beyond their reach, it was beyond their imagination. In the midst of plenty, they were slowly starving to death. The tribe returned to its cave without incident in the last light of the day. The injured female who had remained behind cooed with pleasure as Moonwatcher gave her the berry-covered branch he had brought back and began to attack it ravenously. There was little enough nourishment here, but it would help her to survive until the wound the leopard had given her had healed, and she could forage for herself again. Over the valley a full moon was rising, and a chill wind was blowing down from the distant mountains. It would be very cold tonight, but cold, like hunger, was not a matter for any real concern. It was merely part of the background of life. Moonwatcher barely stirred when the shrieks and screams echoed up the slope from one of the lower caves, and he did not need to hear the occasional growl of the leopard to know exactly what was happening. Down there in the darkness, Old White Hair and his family were fighting and dying, and the thought that he might help in some way never crossed Moonwatcher's mind. The harsh logic of survival ruled out such fancies, and not a voice was raised in protest from the listening hillside. Every cave was silent, lest it also attract disaster. The tumult died away, and presently Moonwatcher could hear the sound of a body being dragged over rocks. That lasted only a few seconds. Then the leopard got a good hold on its kill. It made no further noise as it padded silently away, carrying its victim effortlessly in its jaws. For a day or two there would be no further danger here, but there might be other enemies abroad, taking advantage of this cold little sun that shone only by night. If there was sufficient warning, the smaller predators could sometimes be scared away by shouts and screams. Moonwatcher crawled out of the cave, clambered onto a large boulder beside the entrance, and squatted there to survey the valley. Of all the creatures who had yet walked on earth, the man-apes were the first to look steadfastly at the moon, and though he could not remember it, when he was very young, Moonwatcher would sometimes reach out and try to touch that ghostly face rising above the hills. He had never succeeded, and now he was old enough to understand why. For first, of course, he must find a high enough tree to climb. Sometimes he watched the valley, and sometimes he watched the moon, but always he listened. Once or twice he dozed off, but he slept with a hair-trigger alertness, and the slightest sound would have disturbed him. At the great age of 25, he was still in full possession of all his faculties. If his luck continued, and he avoided accidents, disease, predators, and starvation, he might survive for as much as another 10 years. The night wore on, cold and clear, without further alarms, and the moon rose slowly amid equatorial constellations that no human eye would ever see. In the caves, between spells of fitful dozing and fearful waiting, were being born the nightmares of generations yet to be. And twice there passed slowly across the sky, rising up to the zenith and descending into the east, a dazzling point of light, more brilliant than any star. Chapter 2. The New Rock. Late that night, Moonwatcher suddenly awoke. Tired out by the day's exertions and disasters, he had been sleeping more soundly than usual, yet he was instantly alert at the first faint scrabbling down in the valley. He sat up in the fetid darkness of the cave, straining his senses out into the night, and fear crept slowly into his soul. Never in his life, already twice as long as most members of his species could expect, had he heard a sound like this. The great cats approached in silence, and the only thing that betrayed them was a rare slide of earth or the occasional cracking of a twig. Yet this was a continuous crunching noise that grew steadily louder. It seemed that some enormous beast was moving through the night, making no attempt at concealment and ignoring all obstacles. Once Moonwatcher heard the unmistakable sound of a bush being uprooted. The elephants in Dinotheria did this often enough, but otherwise they moved as silently as the cats. And then there came a sound which Moonwatcher could not possibly have identified, for it had never been heard before in the history of the world. It was the clank of metal upon stone. Moonwatcher came face to face with the New Rock when he led the tribe down to the river in the first light of morning. He had almost forgotten the terrors of the night, because nothing had happened after that initial noise, so he did not even associate this strange thing with danger or with fear. There was, after all, nothing in the least alarming about it. It was a rectangular slab, 3 times his height, but narrow enough to span with his arms, and it was made of some completely transparent material. Indeed, it was not easy to see except when the rising sun glinted on its edges. As Moonwatcher had never encountered ice or even crystal-clear water, there were no natural objects to which he could compare this apparition. It was certainly rather attractive, and though he was wisely cautious of most new things, he did not hesitate for long before sidling up to it. As nothing happened, he put out his hand and felt a cold, hard surface. After several minutes of intense thought, he arrived at a brilliant explanation. It was a rock, of course, and it must have grown during the night. There were many plants that did this, white, pulpy things shaped like pebbles that seemed to shoot up during the hours of darkness. It was true that they were small and round, whereas this was large and sharp-edged, but greater and later philosophers than Moonwatcher would be prepared to overlook equally striking exceptions to their theories. This really superb piece of abstract thinking led Moonwatcher, after only 3 or 4 minutes, to a deduction which he immediately put to the test. The white, round pebble plants were very tasty, though there were a few that produced violent illness. Perhaps this tall one? A few licks and attempted nibbles quickly disillusioned him. There was no nourishment here. So, like a sensible man-ape, he continued on his way to the river and forgot all about the crystalline monolith during the daily routine of shrieking at the others. The foraging today was very bad, and the tribe had to travel several miles from the caves to find any food at all. During the merciless heat of noon, one of the frailer females collapsed, far from any possible shelter. Her companions gathered round her, twittering and meeping sympathetically, but there was nothing that anyone could do. If they had been less exhausted, they might have carried her with them, but there was no surplus energy for such acts of kindness. She had to be left behind to recover or not with her own resources. They passed the spot on the homeward trek that evening. There was not a bone to be seen. In the last light of day, looking round anxiously for early hunters, they drank hastily at the stream and started the climb up to their caves. They were still 100 yards from the new rock when the sound began. It was barely audible, yet it stopped them dead, so that they stood paralyzed on the trail with their jaws hanging slackly. A simple, maddeningly repetitious vibration, it pulsed out from the crystal and hypnotized all who came within its spell. For the first time, and the last for 3 million years, the sound of drumming was heard in Africa. The throbbing grew louder, more insistent. Presently, the man-apes began to move forward like sleepwalkers toward the source of that compulsive sound. Sometimes they took little dancing steps as their blood responded to rhythms that their descendants would not create for ages yet. Totally entranced, they gathered round the monolith, forgetting the hardships of the day, the perils of the approaching dusk, and the hunger in their bellies. The drumming became louder, the night darker, and as the shadows lengthened and the light drained from the sky, the crystal began to glow. First, it lost its transparency and became suffused with a pale, milky luminescence. Tantalizing, ill-defined phantoms moved across its surface and in its depths. They coalesced into bars of light and shadow, then formed intermeshing, spoked patterns that began slowly to rotate. Faster and faster spun the wheels of light, and the throbbing of the drums accelerated with them. Now, utterly hypnotized, the man-apes could only stare slack-jawed into this astonishing display of pyrotechnics. They had already forgotten the instincts of their forefathers and the lessons of a lifetime. Not one of them ordinarily would have been so far from his cave so late in the evening, for the surrounding brush was full of frozen shapes and staring eyes, as the creatures of the night suspended their business to see what would happen next. Now, the spinning wheels of light began to merge, and the spokes fused into luminous bars that slowly receded into the distance, rotating on their axes as they did so. They split into pairs, and the resulting sets of lines started to oscillate across one another, slowly changing their angles of intersection. Fantastic, fleeting geometrical patterns flickered in and out of existence as the glowing grids meshed and unmeshed, and the man-apes watched, mesmerized captives of the shining crystal. They could never guess that their minds were being probed, their bodies mapped, their reactions studied, their potentials evaluated. At first, the whole tribe remained half-crouching in a motionless tableau, as if frozen into stone. Then, the man-ape nearest to the slab suddenly came to life. He did not move from his position, but his body lost its trance-like rigidity and became animated as if it were a puppet controlled by invisible strings. The head turned this way and that. The mouth silently opened and closed. The hands clenched and unclenched. Then he bent down, snapped off a long stalk of grass, and attempted to tie it into a knot with clumsy fingers. He seemed to be a thing possessed, struggling against some spirit or demon who had taken over control of his body. He was panting for breath, and his eyes were full of terror as he tried to force his fingers to make movements more complex than any that they had ever attempted before. Despite all his efforts, he succeeded only in breaking the stalk into pieces. As the fragments fell to the ground, the controlling influence left him, and he froze once more into immobility. Another man-ape came to life and went through the same routine. This was a younger, more adaptable specimen. It succeeded where the older one had failed. On the planet Earth, the first crude knot had been tied. Others did stranger and still more pointless things. Some held their hands out at arm's length and tried to touch their fingertips together, first with both eyes open, then with one closed. Some were made to stare at ruled patterns in the crystal, which became more and more finely divided until the lines had merged into a gray blur, and all heard single, pure sounds of varying pitch that swiftly sank below the level of hearing. When Moonwatcher's turn came, he felt very little fear. His main sensation was a dull resentment, as his muscles twitched and his limbs moved at commands that were not wholly his own. Without knowing why, he bent down and picked up a small stone. When he straightened up, he saw that there was a new image in the crystal slab. The grids and the moving, dancing patterns had gone. Instead, there was a series of concentric circles surrounding a small black disk. Obeying the silent orders in his brain, he pitched the stone with a clumsy overarm throw. It missed the target by several feet. "Try again," said the command. He searched around until he had found another pebble. This time it hit the slab with a ringing, bell-like tone. He was still a long way off, but his aim was improving. At the fourth attempt, he was only inches from the central bullseye. A feeling of indescribable pleasure, almost sexual in its intensity, flooded his mind. Then the control relaxed. He felt no impulse to do anything except to stand and wait. One by one, every member of the tribe was briefly possessed. Some succeeded, but most failed at the tasks they had been set, and all were appropriately rewarded by spasms of pleasure or of pain. Now there was only a uniform, featureless glow in the great slab, so that it stood like a block of light superimposed on the surrounding darkness. As if waking from a sleep, the man-apes shook their heads and presently began to move along the trail to their place of shelter. They did not look back or wonder at the strange light that was guiding them to their homes and to a future unknown as yet, even to the stars. Chapter 3. Academy. Moonwatcher and his companions had no recollection of what they had seen after the crystal had ceased to cast its hypnotic spell over their minds and to experiment with their bodies. The next day, as they went out to forage, they passed it with scarcely a second thought. It was now part of the disregarded background of their lives. They could not eat it, and it could not eat them, therefore it was not important. Down at the river, the others made their usual ineffectual threats. Their leader, a one-eared man-ape of Moonwatcher's size and age, but in poorer condition, even made a brief foray toward the tribe's territory, screaming loudly and waving his arms in an attempt to scare the opposition and to bolster his own courage. The water of the stream was nowhere more than a foot deep, but the farther One Ear moved out into it, the more uncertain and unhappy he became. Very soon he slowed to a halt, and then moved back with exaggerated dignity to join his companions. Otherwise, there was no change in the normal routine. The tribe gathered just enough nourishment to survive for another day, and no one died. And that night, the crystal slab was still waiting, surrounded by its pulsing aura of light and sound. The program it had contrived, however, was now subtly different. Some of the man-apes it ignored completely, as if it was concentrating on the most promising subjects. One of them was Moonwatcher. Once again, he felt inquisitive tendrils creeping down the unused byways of his brain, and presently he began to see visions. They might have been within the crystal block. They might have been wholly inside his mind. In any event, to Moonwatcher they were completely real. Yet somehow the usual automatic impulse to drive off invaders of his territory had been lulled into quiescence. He was looking at a peaceful family group, differing in only one respect from the scenes he knew: the male, female, and 2 infants that had mysteriously appeared before him were gorged and replete with sleek and glossy pelts, and this was a condition of life that Moonwatcher had never imagined. Unconsciously, he felt his own protruding ribs. The ribs of these creatures were hidden in rolls of fat. From time to time they stirred lazily as they lolled at ease near the entrance of a cave, apparently at peace with the world. Occasionally the big male emitted a monumental burp of contentment. There was no other activity, and after 5 minutes the scene suddenly faded out. The crystal was no more than a glimmering outline in the darkness. Moonwatcher shook himself as if awakening from a dream, abruptly realized where he was, and led the tribe back to the caves. He had no conscious memory of what he had seen, but that night, as he sat brooding at the entrance of his lair, his ears attuned to the noises of the world around him, Moonwatcher felt the first faint twinges of a new and potent emotion. It was a vague and diffuse sense of envy, of dissatisfaction with his life. He had no idea of its cause, still less of its cure, but discontent had come into his soul, and he had taken one small step toward humanity. Night after night, the spectacle of those 4 plump man-apes was repeated, until it had become a source of fascinated exasperation, serving to increase Moonwatcher's eternal, gnawing hunger. The evidence of his eyes could not have produced this effect. It needed psychological reinforcement. There were gaps in Moonwatcher's life now that he would never remember, when the very atoms of his simple brain were being twisted into new patterns. If he survived, those patterns would become eternal, for his genes would pass them on to future generations. It was a slow, tedious business, but the crystal monolith was patient. Neither it nor its replicas scattered across half the globe expected to succeed with all the scores of groups involved in the experiment. 100 failures would not matter when a single success could change the destiny of the world. By the time of the next new moon, the tribe had seen 1 birth and 2 deaths. One of these had been due to starvation. The other had occurred during the nightly ritual, when a man-ape had suddenly collapsed while attempting to tap 2 pieces of stone delicately together. At once the crystal had darkened, and the tribe had been released from the spell, but the fallen man-ape had not moved, and by the morning, of course, the body was gone. There had been no performance the next night. The crystal was still analyzing its mistake. The tribe streamed past it through the gathering dusk, ignoring its presence completely. The night after, it was ready for them again. The 4 plump man-apes were still there, and now they were doing extraordinary things. Moonwatcher began to tremble uncontrollably. He felt as if his brain would burst and wanted to turn away his eyes, but that remorseless mental control would not relax its grip. He was compelled to follow the lesson to the end, though all his instincts revolted against it. Those instincts had served his ancestors well in the days of warm rains and lush fertility, when food was to be had everywhere for the plucking. Now, times had changed, and the inherited wisdom of the past had become folly. The man-apes must adapt, or they must die, like the greater beasts who had gone before them and whose bones now lay sealed within the limestone hills. So Moonwatcher stared at the crystal monolith with unblinking eyes, while his brain lay open to its still uncertain manipulations. Often he felt nausea, but always he felt hunger, and from time to time his hands clenched unconsciously in the patterns that would determine his new way of life. As the line of warthogs moved, snuffling and grunting across the trail, Moonwatcher came to a sudden halt. Pigs and man-apes had always ignored each other, for there was no conflict of interest between them. Like most animals that did not compete for the same food, they merely kept out of each other's way. Yet now, Moonwatcher stood, looking at them, wavering back and forth uncertainly as he was buffeted by impulses which he could not understand. Then, as if in a dream, he started searching the ground, though for what he could not have explained, even if he had had the power of speech. He would recognize it when he saw it. It was a heavy, pointed stone about 6 inches long, and though it did not fit his hand perfectly, it would do. As he swung his hand around, puzzled by its suddenly increased weight, he felt a pleasing sense of power and authority. He started to move toward the nearest pig. It was a young and foolish animal, even by the undemanding standards of warthog intelligence. Though it observed him out of the corner of its eye, it did not take him seriously until much too late. Why should it suspect these harmless creatures of any evil intent? It went on rooting up the grass until Moonwatcher's stone hammer obliterated its dim consciousness. The remainder of the herd continued grazing unalarmed, for the murder had been swift and silent. All the other man-apes in the group had stopped to watch, and now they crowded round Moonwatcher and his victim with admiring wonder. Presently, one of them picked up the blood-stained weapon and began to pound the dead pig. Others joined in with any sticks and stones that they could gather until their target began a messy disintegration. Then they became bored. Some wandered off, while others stood hesitantly around the unrecognizable corpse, the future of a world waiting upon their decision. It was a surprisingly long time before one of the nursing females began to lick the gory stone she was holding in her paws. And it was longer still before Moonwatcher, despite all that he had been shown, really understood that he need never be hungry again. Chapter 4. The Leopard. The tools they had been programmed to use were simple enough, yet they could change this world and make the man-apes its masters. The most primitive was the handheld stone. That multiplied many-fold the power of a blow. Then there was the bone club that lengthened the reach and could provide a buffer against the fangs or claws of angry animals. With these weapons, the limitless food that roamed the savannas was theirs to take. But they needed other aids, for their teeth and nails could not readily dismember anything larger than a rabbit. Luckily, nature had provided the perfect tools, requiring only the wit to pick them up. First, there was a crude but very efficient knife or saw of a model that would serve well for the next 3 million years. It was simply the lower jawbone of an antelope, with the teeth still in place. There would be no substantial improvement until the coming of steel. Then there was an awl, or dagger in the form of a gazelle horn, and finally a scraping tool made from the complete jaw of almost any small animal. The stone club, the toothed saw, the horn dagger, the bone scraper, these were the marvelous inventions which the man-apes needed in order to survive. Soon they would recognize them for the symbols of power that they were, but many months must pass before their clumsy fingers had acquired the skill or the will to use them. Perhaps, given time, they might by their own efforts have come to the awesome and brilliant concept of using natural weapons as artificial tools. But the odds were all against them, and even now there were endless opportunities for failure in the ages that lay ahead. The man-apes had been given their first chance. There would be no second one. The future was, very literally, in their own hands. Moons waxed and waned. Babies were born and sometimes lived. Feeble, toothless 30-year-olds died. The leopard took its toll in the night. The others threatened daily across the river, and the tribe prospered. In the course of a single year, Moonwatcher and his companions had changed almost beyond recognition. They had learned their lessons well. Now they could handle all the tools that had been revealed to them. The very memory of hunger was fading from their minds, and though the warthogs were becoming shy, there were gazelles and antelopes and zebras in countless thousands on the plains. All these animals and others had fallen prey to the apprentice hunters. Now that they were no longer half-numbed with starvation, they had time both for leisure and for the first rudiments of thought. Their new way of life was now casually accepted, and they did not associate it in any way with the monolith still standing beside the trail to the river. If they had ever stopped to consider the matter, they might have boasted that they had brought about their improved status by their own efforts. In fact, they had already forgotten any other mode of existence. But no utopia is perfect, and this one had two blemishes. The first was the marauding leopard, whose passion for man-apes seemed to have grown even stronger now that they were better nourished. The second was the tribe across the river, for somehow the others had survived and had stubbornly refused to die of starvation. The leopard problem was resolved partly by chance, partly owing to a serious, indeed almost fatal, error on Moonwatcher's part. Yet at the time, his idea had seemed such a brilliant one that he had danced with joy, and perhaps he could hardly be blamed for overlooking the consequences. The tribe still experienced occasional bad days, though these no longer threatened its very survival. Toward dusk, it had failed to make a kill. The home caves were already in sight as Moonwatcher led his tired and disgruntled companions back to shelter, and there, on their very threshold, they found one of nature's rare bonanzas. A full-grown antelope was lying by the trail. Its foreleg was broken, but it still had plenty of fight in it, and the circling jackals gave its dagger-like horns a respectful berth. They could afford to wait. They knew that they had only to bide their time. But they had forgotten about the competition, and retreated with angry snarls when the man-apes arrived. They too circled warily, keeping beyond the range of those dangerous horns. Then they moved to the attack with clubs and stones. It was not a very effective or coordinated attack. By the time the wretched beast had been given its quietus, the light had almost gone, and the jackals were regaining their courage. Moonwatcher, torn between fear and hunger, slowly realized that all this effort might have been in vain. It was too dangerous to stay here any longer. Then, not for the first or the last time, he proved himself a genius. With an immense effort of imagination, he visualized the dead antelope in the safety of his own cave. He began to drag it toward the cliff face. Presently, the others understood his intentions and began to help him. If he had known how difficult the task would be, he would never have attempted it. Only his great strength and the agility inherited from his arboreal ancestors allowed him to haul the carcass up the steep slope. Several times, weeping with frustration, he almost abandoned his prize, but a stubbornness as deep-seated as his hunger drove him on. Sometimes the others helped him, sometimes they hindered, more often they merely got in the way, but finally it was done. the battered antelope was dragged over the lip of the cave as the last hues of sunlight faded from the sky and the feasting began. Hours later, gorged to repletion, Moonwatcher awoke. Not knowing why, he sat up in the darkness among the sprawled bodies of his equally satiated companions and strained his ears into the night. There was no sound except the heavy breathing around him. The whole world seemed asleep. The rocks beyond the mouth of the cave were pale as bone in the brilliant light from the moon now high overhead. Any thought of danger seemed infinitely remote. Then, from a long way off, came the sound of a falling pebble. Fearful, yet inquisitive, Moonwatcher crawled out onto the edge of the cave and peered down the face of the cliff. What he saw left him so paralyzed with fright that for long seconds he was unable to move. Only 20 feet below, 2 gleaming golden eyes were staring straight up at him. They held him so hypnotized with fear that he was scarcely aware of the lithe, streaked body behind them, flowing smoothly and silently from rock to rock. Never before had the leopard climbed so high. It had ignored the lower caves, though it must have been well aware of their inhabitants. Now it was after other game. It was following the spoor of blood up the moon-washed face of the cliff. Seconds later, the night was made hideous by the shrieks of alarm from the man-apes in the cave above. The leopard gave a snarl of fury as it realized that it had lost the element of surprise, but it did not check its advance, for it knew that it had nothing to fear. It reached the ledge and rested for a moment on the narrow open space. The scent of blood was all around, filling its fierce and tiny mind with one overwhelming desire. Without hesitation, it padded silently into the cave. And here it made its first error, for as it moved out of the moonlight, even its superbly night-adapted eyes were at a momentary disadvantage. The man-apes could see it, partly silhouetted against the opening of the cave, more clearly than it could see them. They were terrified, but they were no longer utterly helpless. Snarling and lashing its tail in arrogant confidence, the leopard advanced in search of the tender food that it craved. Had it met its prey in the open, it would have had no problems, but now that the man-apes were trapped, desperation had given them the courage to attempt the impossible, and for the first time they had the means to achieve it. The leopard knew that something was wrong when it felt a stunning blow on its head. It lashed out with its forepaw and heard a shriek of agony as its claws slashed through soft flesh. Then there was a piercing pain as something sharp drove into its flanks. Once, twice, and yet a third time. It whirled around to strike at the shadows, screaming and dancing on all sides. Again there was a violent blow as something caught it across the snout. Its teeth snapped on a white, moving blur, only to grate uselessly upon dead bone. And now, in a final, unbelievable indignity, its tail was being dragged out by the roots. It whirled around, throwing its insanely daring tormentor against the wall of the cave. Yet whatever it did, it could not escape the rain of blows inflicted on it by crude weapons wielded by clumsy but powerful hands. Its snarls ran the gamut from pain to alarm, from alarm to outright terror. The implacable hunter was now the victim, and was desperately trying to retreat. And then it made its second mistake, for in its surprise and fright it had forgotten where it was. Or perhaps it had been dazed or blinded by the blows rained on its head. Whatever the case, it bolted abruptly from the cave. There was a horrible screech as it went toppling out into space. Ages later, it seemed, there came a thud as it crashed into an outcropping halfway down the cliff. Thereafter, the only sound was the sliding of loose stones, which quickly died away into the night. For a long time, intoxicated by victory, Moonwatcher stood dancing and gibbering at the entrance of the cave. He rightly sensed that his whole world had changed, and that he was no longer a powerless victim of the forces around him. Then he went back into the cave and, for the first time in his life, had an unbroken night's sleep. In the morning, they found the body of the leopard at the foot of the cliff. Even in death, it was some time before anyone dared to approach the vanquished monster, but presently they closed in upon it with their bone knives and saws. It was very hard work, and they did no hunting that day. Chapter 5. Encounter in the Dawn. As he led the tribe down to the river in the dim light of dawn, Moonwatcher paused uncertainly at a familiar spot. Something, he knew, was missing, but what it was he could not remember. He wasted no mental effort on the problem, for this morning he had more important matters on his mind. Like thunder and lightning and clouds and eclipses, the great block of crystal had departed as mysteriously as it had come. Having vanished into the non-existent past, it never troubled Moonwatcher's thoughts again. He would never know what it had done to him, and none of his companions wondered, as they gathered round him in the morning mist, why he had paused for a moment here on the way to the river. From their side of the stream, in the never-violated safety of their own territory, the others first saw Moonwatcher and a dozen males of his tribe as a moving frieze against the dawn sky. At once they began to scream their daily challenge, but this time there was no answer. Steadily, purposefully, above all, silently, Moonwatcher and his band descended the low hillock that overlooked the river, and as they approached, the others became suddenly quiet. Their ritual rage ebbed away to be replaced by a mounting fear. They were dimly aware that something had happened, and that this encounter was unlike all those that had ever gone before. The bone clubs and knives that Moonwatcher's group carried did not alarm them, for they did not understand their purpose. They only knew that their rivals' movements were now imbued with determination and with menace. The party stopped at the water's edge, and for a moment the others' courage revived. Led by One Ear, they half-heartedly resumed their battle chant. It lasted only a few seconds before a vision of terror struck them dumb. Moonwatcher raised his arms high into the air, revealing the burden that until now had been concealed by the hirsute bodies of his companions. He was holding a stout branch, and impaled upon it was the bloody head of the leopard. The mouth had been jammed open with a stick, and the great fangs gleamed a ghastly white in the first rays of the rising sun. Most of the others were too paralyzed with fright to move, but some began a slow, stumbling retreat. That was all the encouragement that Moonwatcher needed. Still holding the mangled trophy above his head, he started to cross the stream. After a moment's hesitation, his companions splashed after him. When Moonwatcher reached the far side, One Ear was still standing his ground. Perhaps he was too brave or too stupid to run. Perhaps he could not really believe that this outrage was actually happening. Coward or hero, it made no difference in the end, as the frozen snarl of death came crashing down upon his uncomprehending head. Shrieking with fright, the others scattered into the bush, but presently they would return, and soon they would forget their lost leader. For a few seconds, Moonwatcher stood uncertainly above his new victim, trying to grasp the strange and wonderful fact that the dead leopard could kill again. Now he was master of the world, and he was not quite sure what to do next. But he would think of something. Chapter 6. Ascent of Man. A new animal was abroad on the planet, spreading slowly out from the African heartland. It was still so rare that a hasty census might have overlooked it among the teeming billions of creatures roving over land and sea. There was no evidence as yet that it would prosper, or even survive, on this world where so many mightier beasts had passed away. Its fate still wavered in the balance. In the
100,000 years since the crystals had descended upon Africa, the man-apes had invented nothing. But they had started to change and had developed skills which no other animal possessed. Their bone clubs had increased their reach and multiplied their strength. They were no longer defenseless against the predators with whom they had to compete. The smaller carnivores they could drive away from their own kills, the larger ones they could at least discourage and sometimes put to flight. Their massive teeth were growing smaller, for they were no longer essential. The sharp-edged stones that could be used to dig out roots or to cut and saw through tough flesh or fiber had begun to replace them, with immeasurable consequences. No longer were the man-apes faced with starvation when their teeth became damaged or worn. Even the crudest tools could add many years to their lives. And as their fangs diminished, the shape of their face started to alter. The snout receded, the massive jaw became more delicate, the mouth able to make more subtle sounds. Speech was still 1,000,000 years away, but the first steps toward it had been taken. And then the world began to change. In 4 great waves, with 200,000 years between their crests, the ice ages swept by, leaving their mark on all the globe. Outside the tropics, the glaciers slew those who had prematurely left their ancestral home, and everywhere they winnowed out the creatures who could not adapt. When the ice had passed, so had much of the planet's early life, including the man-apes. But unlike so many others, they had left descendants. They had not merely become extinct, they had been transformed. The tool makers had been remade by their own tools. For in using clubs and flints, their hands had developed a dexterity found nowhere else in the animal kingdom, permitting them to make still better tools, which in turn had developed their limbs and brains yet further. It was an accelerating, cumulative process, and at its end was man. The first true men had tools and weapons only a little better than those of their ancestors 1,000,000 years earlier, but they could use them with far greater skill. And somewhere in the shadowy centuries that had gone before, they had invented the most essential tool of all, though it could be neither seen nor touched. They had learned to speak, and so had won their first great victory over time. Now, the knowledge of one generation could be handed on to the next, so that each age could profit from those that had gone before. Unlike the animals who knew only the present, man had acquired a past, and he was beginning to grope toward a future. He was also learning to harness the forces of nature. With the taming of fire, he had laid the foundations of technology and left his animal origins far behind. Stone gave way to bronze and then to iron. Hunting was succeeded by agriculture. The tribe grew into the village into the town. Speech became eternal, thanks to certain marks on stone and clay and papyrus. Presently, he invented philosophy and religion, and he peopled the sky, not altogether inaccurately, with gods.
This is the end of Disc 1. Please continue listening on Disc number 2. This is Disc number 3.
There they are, he exclaimed. Floyd nodded. He had already noticed the cluster of red and green lights several miles ahead, and kept his eyes fixed upon it as the bus edged its way delicately down the slope. The big vehicle was obviously under perfect control, but he did not breathe easily until it was once more on an even keel. Now he could see, glistening like silver bubbles in the earthlight, a group of pressure domes, the temporary shelters housing the workers on the site. Near these were a radio tower, a drilling rig, a group of parked vehicles, and a large pile of broken rock, presumably the material that had been excavated to reveal the monolith. This tiny camp in the wilderness looked very lonely, very vulnerable to the forces of nature ranged silently around it. There was no sign of life, and no visible hint as to why men had come here so far from home. "You can just see the crater," said Michaels. over there on the right, about 100 yards from that radio antenna."
So this is it, thought Floyd, as the bus rolled past the pressure domes and came to the lip of the crater. His pulse quickened as he craned forward for a better view. The vehicle began to creep cautiously down a ramp of hard-packed rock into the interior of the crater, and there, exactly as he had seen it in the photographs, was TMA-1. Floyd stared, blinked, shook his head, and stared again. Even in the brilliant earthlight, it was hard to see the object clearly. His first impression was of a flat rectangle that might have been cut out of carbon paper. It seemed to have no thickness at all. Of course, this was an optical illusion. Though he was looking at a solid body, it reflected so little light that he could see it only in silhouette. The passengers were utterly silent as the bus descended into the crater. There was awe, and there was also incredulity, sheer disbelief that the dead moon of all worlds could have sprung this fantastic surprise. The bus came to a halt within 20 feet of the slab and broadside on so that all the passengers could examine it. Yet, beyond the geometrically perfect shape of the thing, there was little to see. Nowhere were there any marks or any abatement of its ultimate ebon blackness. It was the very crystallization of night, and for one moment Floyd wondered if it could indeed be some extraordinary natural formation born of the fires and pressures attending the creation of the moon. But that remote possibility, he knew, had already been examined and dismissed. At some signal, floodlights around the lip of the crater were switched on, and the bright earthlight was obliterated by a far more brilliant glare. In the lunar vacuum, the beams were, of course, completely invisible. They formed overlapping ellipses of blinding white, centered on the monolith, and where they touched it, its ebon surface seemed to swallow them. Pandora's box, thought Floyd, with a sudden sense of foreboding, waiting to be opened by inquisitive man. And what will he find inside? Chapter 13. The Slow Dawn. The main pressure dome at the TMA-1 site was only 20 feet across, and its interior was uncomfortably crowded. The bus, coupled to it through one of the two airlocks, gave some much-appreciated extra living room. Inside this hemispherical, double-walled balloon lived, worked, and slept the 6 scientists and technicians now permanently attached to the project. It also contained most of their equipment and instruments, all the stores that could not be left in the vacuum outside, cooking, washing, and toilet facilities, geological samples, and a small TV screen through which the site could be kept under continuous surveillance. Floyd was not surprised when Halverson elected to remain in the dome. He stated his views with admirable frankness. "I regard spacesuits as a necessary evil," said the administrator. "I wear one 4 times a year for my quarterly checkout tests. If you don't mind, I'll sit here and watch over the TV." Some of this prejudice was now unjustified, for the latest models were infinitely more comfortable than the clumsy suits of armor worn by the first lunar explorers. They could be put on in less than a minute, even without help, and were quite automatic. The Mk-5, into which Floyd was now carefully sealed, would protect him from the worst that the moon could do, either by day or by night. Accompanied by Dr. Michaels, he walked into the small airlock. As the throbbing of the pumps died away and his suit stiffened almost imperceptibly around him, he felt himself enclosed in the silence of vacuum. That silence was broken by the welcome sound of his suit radio.
"Pressure okay, Dr. Floyd? Are you breathing normally?"
"Yes, I'm fine." His companion carefully checked the dials and gauges on the outside of Floyd's suit. Then he said,
"Okay, let's go."
The outer door opened, and the dusty moonscape lay before them, glimmering in the earthlight. With a cautious, waddling movement, Floyd followed Michaels through the lock. It was not hard to walk. Indeed, in a paradoxical way, the suit made him feel more at home than at any time since reaching the moon. Its extra weight and the slight resistance it imposed on his motion gave some of the illusion of the lost terrestrial gravity. The scene had changed since the party had arrived barely an hour ago. Though the stars and the half-Earth were still as bright as ever, the 14-day lunar night had almost ended. The glow of the corona was like a false moonrise along the eastern sky,
and then, without warning, the tip of the radio mast 100 feet above Floyd's head suddenly seemed to burst into flame as it caught the first rays of the hidden sun. They waited while the project supervisor and 2 of his assistants emerged from the airlock, then walked slowly toward the crater. By the time they had reached it, a thin bow of unbearable incandescence had thrust itself above the eastern horizon. Though it would take more than an hour for the sun to clear the edge of the slowly turning moon, the stars were already banished. The crater was still in shadow, but the floodlights mounted around its rim lit the interior brilliantly. As Floyd walked slowly down the ramp toward the black rectangle, he felt a sense not only of awe, but of helplessness. Here, at the very portals of Earth, man was already face to face with a mystery that might never be solved. 3 million years ago, something had passed this way, had left this unknown and perhaps unknowable symbol of its purpose, and had returned to the planets, or to the stars. Floyd's suit radio interrupted his reverie.
Project Supervisor speaking. If you'd all line up on this side, we'd like to take a few photos. Dr. Floyd, will you stand in the middle? Dr. Michaels, thank you.
No one except Floyd seemed to think that there was anything funny about this. In all honesty, he had to admit that he was glad someone had brought a camera. Here was a photo that would undoubtedly be historic, and he wanted copies for himself. He hoped that his face would be clearly visible through the helmet of the suit.
Thanks, gentlemen,
said the photographer after they had posed somewhat self-consciously in front of the monolith and he had made a dozen exposures.
We'll ask the base photo section to send you copies.
Then Floyd turned his full attention to the ebon slab, walking slowly around it, examining it from every angle, trying to imprint its strangeness upon his mind. He did not expect to find anything, for he knew that every square inch had already been gone over with microscopic care. Now the sluggish sun had lifted itself above the edge of the crater, and its rays were pouring almost broadside upon the eastern face of the block, yet it seemed to absorb every particle of light as if it had never been. Floyd decided to try a simple experiment. He stood between the monolith and the sun and looked for his own shadow on the smooth black sheet. There was no trace of it. At least 10 kilowatts of raw heat must be falling on the slab. If there was anything inside, it must be rapidly cooking. How strange, Floyd thought, to stand here while this thing is seeing daylight for the first time since the ice ages began on Earth. He wondered again about its black color. That was ideal, of course, for absorbing solar energy, but he dismissed the thought at once, for who would be crazy enough to bury a sun-powered device 20 feet underground? He looked up at the Earth, beginning to wane in the morning sky. Only a handful of the 6 billion people there knew of this discovery. How would the world react to the news when it was finally released? The political and social implications were immense. Every person of real intelligence, everyone who looked an inch beyond his nose, would find his life, his values, his philosophy subtly changed. Even if nothing whatsoever was discovered about TMA-1 and it remained an eternal mystery, man would know that he was not unique in the universe. Though he had missed them by millions of years, those who had once stood here might yet return. And if not, there might well be others. All futures must now contain this possibility. Floyd was still musing over these thoughts when his helmet speaker suddenly emitted a piercing, electronic shriek like a hideously overloaded and distorted time signal. Involuntarily, he tried to block his ears with his space-suited hands. Then he recovered and groped frantically for the gain control of his receiver. While he was still fumbling, 4 more of the shrieks blasted out of the ether. Then there was a merciful silence. All around the crater, figures were standing in attitudes of paralyzed astonishment. So it's nothing wrong with my gear, Floyd told himself. Everyone heard those piercing electronic screams. After 3 million years of darkness, TMA-1 had greeted the lunar dawn. Chapter 14. The Listeners. 100 million miles beyond Mars, in the cold loneliness where no man had yet traveled, Deep Space Monitor 79 drifted slowly among the tangled orbits of the asteroids. For 3 years it had fulfilled its mission flawlessly, a tribute to the American scientists who had designed it, the British engineers who had built it, the Russian technicians who had launched it. A delicate spiderweb of antennas sampled the passing waves of radio noise, the ceaseless crackle and hiss of what Pascal, in a far simpler age, had naively called the silence of infinite space. Radiation detectors noted and analyzed incoming cosmic rays from the galaxy and points beyond. Neutron and X-ray telescopes kept watch on strange stars that no human eye would ever see. Magnetometers observed the gusts and hurricanes of the solar winds as the sun breathed million-mile-an-hour blasts of tenuous plasma into the faces of its circling children. All these things, and many others, were patiently noted by Deep Space Monitor 79 and recorded in its crystalline memory. One of its antennas, by now unconsidered miracles of electronics, was always aimed at a point never far from the sun. Every few months its distant target could have been seen, had there been any eye here to watch, as a bright star with a close, fainter companion, but most of the time it was lost in the solar glare. To that far-off planet Earth, every 24 hours, the monitor would send the information it had patiently garnered, packed neatly into one 5-minute pulse. About a quarter of an hour later, traveling at the speed of light, that pulse would reach its destination. The machines whose duty it was would be waiting for it. They would amplify and record the signal and add it to the thousands of miles of magnetic tape now stored in the vaults of the World Space Centers at Washington, Moscow, and Canberra. Since the first satellites had orbited, almost 50 years earlier, trillions and quadrillions of pulses of information had been pouring down from space to be stored against the day when they might contribute to the advance of knowledge. Only a minute fraction of all this raw material would ever be processed, but there was no way of telling what observations some scientist might wish to consult 10 or 50 or 100 years from now. So everything had to be kept on file, stacked in endless air-conditioned galleries, triplicated at the 3 centers against the possibility of accidental loss. It was part of the real treasure of mankind, more valuable than all the gold locked uselessly away in bank vaults. And now Deep Space Monitor 79 had noted something strange, a faint yet unmistakable disturbance rippling across the solar system, and quite unlike any natural phenomenon it had ever observed in the past. Automatically, it recorded the direction, the time, the intensity. In a few hours it would pass the information to Earth. As also would Orbiter M15, circling Mars twice a day, and High-Inclination Probe 21 climbing slowly above the plane of the ecliptic, and even Artificial Comet 5, heading out into the cold wastes beyond Pluto along an orbit whose far point it would not reach for 1,000 years, all noted the peculiar burst of energy that had disturbed their instruments, all, in due course, reported back automatically to the memory stores on distant Earth. The computers might never have perceived the connection between 4 peculiar sets of signals from space probes on independent orbits millions of miles apart. But as soon as he glanced at his morning report, the radiation forecaster at Goddard knew that something strange had passed through the solar system during the last 24 hours. He had only part of its track, but when the computer projected it on the planet's situation board, it was as clear and unmistakable as a vapor trail across a cloudless sky, or a single line of footprints over a field of virgin snow, some immaterial pattern of energy, throwing off a spray of radiation like the wake of a racing speedboat, had leaped from the face of the moon and was heading out toward the stars. Part 3. Between Planets. Chapter 15. Discovery. The ship was still only 30 days from Earth, yet David Bowman sometimes found it hard to believe that he had ever known any other existence than the closed little world of Discovery. All his years of training, all his earlier missions to the Moon and Mars seemed to belong to another man, in another life. Frank Poole admitted to the same feelings, and had sometimes jokingly regretted that the nearest psychiatrist was the better part of 100 million miles away. But this sense of isolation and estrangement was easy enough to understand, and certainly indicated no abnormality. In the 50 years since men had ventured into space, there had never been a mission quite like this. It had begun 5 years ago as Project Jupiter, the first manned round trip to the greatest of the planets. The ship was nearly ready for the 2-year voyage when, somewhat abruptly, the mission profile had been changed. Discovery would still go to Jupiter, but she would not stop there. She would not even slacken speed as she raced through the far-ranging Jovian satellite system. On the contrary, she would use the gravitational field of the giant world as a sling to cast her even farther from the sun. Like a comet, she would streak on across the outer reaches of the solar system to her ultimate goal, the ringed glory of Saturn. And she would never return. For Discovery, it would be a one-way trip, yet her crew had no intention of committing suicide. If all went well, they would be back on Earth within 7 years, 5 of which would pass like a flash in the dreamless sleep of hibernation while they awaited rescue by the still unbuilt Discovery 2. The word rescue was carefully avoided in all of the Astronautics Agency's statements and documents. It implied some failure of planning, and the approved jargon was reacquisition. If anything went really wrong, there would certainly be no hope of rescue, almost 1 billion miles from Earth. It was a calculated risk, like all voyages into the unknown. But half a century of research had proved that artificially induced human hibernation was perfectly safe, and it had opened up new possibilities in space travel. Not until this mission, however, had they been exploited to the utmost. The 3 members of the survey team, who would not be needed until the ship entered her final orbit around Saturn, would sleep through the entire outward flight. Tons of food and other expendables would thus be saved. Almost as important, the team would be fresh and alert, and not fatigued by the 10-month voyage when they went into action. Discovery would enter a parking orbit around Saturn, becoming a new moon of the giant planet. She would swing back and forth along a 2-million-mile ellipse that took her close to Saturn, and then across the orbits of all its major moons. They would have 100 days in which to map and study a world with 80 times the area of Earth, and surrounded by a retinue of at least 15 known satellites, one of them as large as the planet Mercury. There must be wonders enough here for centuries of study. The first expedition could only carry out a preliminary reconnaissance. All that it found would be radioed back to Earth. Even if the explorers never returned, their discoveries would not be lost. At the end of the 100 days, Discovery would close down. All the crew would go into hibernation. Only the essential systems would continue to operate, watched over by the ship's tireless electronic brain. She would continue to swing around Saturn on an orbit now so well determined that men would know exactly where to look for her 1,000 years hence. But in only 5 years, according to present plans, Discovery 2 would come. Even if 6 or 7 or 8 years elapsed, her sleeping passengers would never know the difference. For all of them, the clock would have stopped as it had stopped already for Whitehead, Kaminsky, and Hunter. Sometimes Bowman, as first captain of Discovery, envied his 3 unconscious colleagues in the frozen peace of the hibernaculum. They were free from all boredom and all responsibility. Until they reached Saturn, the external world did not exist. But that world was watching them through their biosensor displays. Tucked inconspicuously away among the massed instrumentation of the control deck were 5 small panels marked Hunter, Whitehead, Kaminsky, Poole, Bowman. The last 2 were blank and lifeless. Their time would not come until a year from now. The others bore constellations of tiny green lights, announcing that everything was well, and on each was a small display screen across which sets of glowing lines traced the leisurely rhythms that indicated pulse, respiration, and brain activity. There were times when Bowman, well aware how unnecessary this was, for the alarm would sound instantly if anything was wrong, would switch over to audio output. He would listen half-hypnotized to the infinitely slow heartbeats of his sleeping colleagues, keeping his eyes fixed on the sluggish waves that marched in synchronism across the screen. Most fascinating of all were the EEG displays, the electronic signatures of 3 personalities that had once existed and would one day exist again.
They were almost free from the spikes and valleys, the electrical explosions that marked the activity of the waking brain, or even of the brain in normal sleep. If there was any wisp of consciousness remaining, it was beyond the reach of instruments and of memory. This last fact Bowman knew from personal experience. Before he was chosen for this mission, his reactions to hibernation had been tested. He was not sure whether he had lost a week of his life or whether he had postponed his eventual death by the same amount of time. When the electrodes had been attached to his forehead and the sleep generator had started to pulse, he had seen a brief display of kaleidoscopic patterns and drifting stars. Then they had faded, and darkness had engulfed him. He had never felt the injections, still less the first touch of cold, as his body temperature was reduced to only a few degrees above freezing. He awoke, and it seemed that he had scarcely closed his eyes. But he knew that was an illusion. Somehow, he was convinced that years had really passed. Had the mission been completed? Had they already reached Saturn, carried out their survey, and gone into hibernation? Was Discovery 2 here, to take them back to Earth? He lay in a dreamlike daze, utterly unable to distinguish between real and false memories. He opened his eyes, but there was little to see except a blurred constellation of lights which puzzled him for some minutes. Then he realized that he was looking at the indicator lamps on a ship situation board, but it was impossible to focus on them. He soon gave up the attempt. Warm air was blowing across him, removing the chill from his limbs. There was quiet but stimulating music welling from a speaker behind his head. It was slowly growing louder and louder. Then a relaxed, friendly, but he knew, computer-generated voice spoke to him.
"You are becoming operational, Dave. Do not get up or attempt any violent movements. Do not try to speak."
Do not get up, thought Bowman. That was funny. He doubted if he could wriggle a finger. Rather to his surprise, he found that he could. He felt quite contented, in a dazed, stupid kind of way. He knew dimly that the rescue ship must have come, that the automatic revival sequence had been triggered, and that soon he would be seeing other human beings. That was fine, but he did not get excited about it. Presently, he felt hunger. The computer, of course, had anticipated this need.
"There is a signal button by your right hand, Dave. If you are hungry, please press it."
Bowman forced his fingers to hunt around and presently discovered the pear-shaped bulb. He had forgotten all about it, though he must have known it was there. How much else had he forgotten? Did hibernation erase memory? He pressed the button and waited. Several minutes later, a metal arm moved out from the bunk, and a plastic nipple descended toward his lips. He sucked on it eagerly, and a warm, sweet fluid coursed down his throat, bringing renewed strength with every drop. Presently it went away, and he rested once more. He could move his arms and legs now. The thought of walking was no longer an impossible dream. Though he felt his strength swiftly returning, he would have been content to lie here forever if there had been no further stimulus from outside. But presently another voice spoke to him, and this time it was wholly human, not a construct of electrical pulses assembled by a more than human memory. It was also a familiar voice, though it was some time before he could recognize it.
"Hello, Dave. You're coming around fine. You can talk now. Do you know where you are?"
He worried about this for some time. If he was really orbiting Saturn, what had happened during all the months since he had left Earth? Again he began to wonder if he was suffering from amnesia. Paradoxically, that very thought reassured him. If he could remember the word amnesia, his brain must be in fairly good shape. But he still did not know where he was, and the speaker at the other end of the circuit must have understood his situation completely.
"Don't worry, Dave. This is Frank Poole. I'm watching your heart and respiration. Everything is perfectly normal. Just relax. Take it easy. We're going to open the door now and pull you out."
Soft light flooded into the chamber. He saw moving shapes silhouetted against the widening entrance, and in that moment all his memories came back to him, and he knew exactly where he was. Though he had come back safely from the furthest borders of sleep and the nearest borders of death, he had been gone only a week. When he left the hibernaculum, he would not see the cold Saturnian sky. That was more than a year in the future and 1 billion miles away. He was still in the trainer at the Houston Space Flight Center under the hot Texas sun. Chapter 16. Hal. But now, Texas was invisible, and even the United States was hard to see. Though the low-thrust plasma drive had long since been closed down, Discovery was still coasting with her slender, arrow-like body pointed away from Earth, and all her high-powered optical gear was oriented toward the outer planets, where her destiny lay. There was one telescope, however, that was permanently aimed at Earth. It was mounted like a gun sight on the rim of the ship's long-range antenna, and checked that the great parabolic bowl was rigidly locked upon its distant target. While Earth remained centered in the crosswires, the vital communication link was intact, and messages could come and go along the invisible beam that lengthened more than 2 million miles with every day that passed. At least once in every watch period, Bowman would look homeward through the antenna alignment telescope. As Earth was now far back toward the sun, its darkened hemisphere faced Discovery, and on the central display screen the planet appeared as a dazzling silver crescent, like another Venus. It was rare that any geographical features could be identified in that ever-shrinking arc of light, for cloud and haze concealed them, but even the darkened portion of the disk was endlessly fascinating. It was sprinkled with shining cities. Sometimes they burned with a steady light, sometimes they twinkled like fireflies as atmospheric tremors passed over them. There were also periods when, as the moon swung back and forth in its orbit, it shone down like a great lamp upon the darkened seas and continents of Earth. Then, with a thrill of recognition, Bowman could often glimpse familiar coastlines shining in that spectral lunar light. And sometimes, when the Pacific was calm, he could even see the moon glow shimmering across its face, and he would remember nights beneath the palm trees of tropical lagoons. Yet he had no regrets for these lost beauties. He had enjoyed them all in his 35 years of life, and he was determined to enjoy them again when he returned, rich and famous. Meanwhile, distance made them all the more precious. The sixth member of the crew cared for none of these things, for it was not human. It was the highly advanced HAL 9000 computer, the brain and nervous system of the ship. HAL, for capital H, heuristically programmed, capital AL, algorithmic computer, no less, was a masterwork of the third computer breakthrough. These seemed to occur at intervals of 20 years, and the thought that another one was now imminent already worried a great many people. The first had been in the 1940s, when the long obsolete vacuum tube had made possible such clumsy, high-speed morons as ENIAC and its successors. Then in the 1960s, solid-state microelectronics had been perfected. With its advent, it was clear that artificial intelligences at least as powerful as man's need be no larger than office desks, if one only knew how to construct them. Probably no one would ever know this. It did not matter. In the 1980s, Minsky and Good had shown how neural networks could be generated automatically, self-replicated, in accordance with an arbitrary learning program. Artificial brains could be grown by a process strikingly analogous to the development of a human brain. In any given case, the precise details would never be known, and even if they were, they would be millions of times too complex for human understanding. Whatever way it worked, the final result was a machine intelligence that could reproduce, some philosophers still preferred to use the word mimic, most of the activities of the human brain, and with far greater speed and reliability. It was extremely expensive, and only a few units of the HAL 9000 series had yet been built, but the old jest that it would always be easier to make organic brains by unskilled labor was beginning to sound a little hollow. Hal had been trained for this mission as thoroughly as his human colleagues, and at many times their rate of input, for in addition to his intrinsic speed, he never slept. His prime task was to monitor the life support systems, continually checking oxygen pressure, temperature, hull leakage, radiation, and all the other interlocking factors upon which the lives of the fragile human cargo depended. He could carry out the intricate navigational corrections and execute the necessary flight maneuvers when it was time to change course, and he could watch over the hibernators, making any necessary adjustments to their environment and doling out the minute quantities of intravenous fluids that kept them alive. The first generations of computers had received their inputs through glorified typewriter keyboards and had replied through high-speed printers and visual displays. Hal could do this when necessary, but most of his communication with his shipmates was by means of the spoken word. Poole and Bowman could talk to Hal as if he were a human being, and he would reply in the perfect idiomatic English he had learned during the fleeting weeks of his electronic childhood. Whether Hal could actually think was a question which had been settled by the British mathematician Alan Turing back in the 1940s. Turing had pointed out that if one could carry out a prolonged conversation with a machine, whether by typewriter or microphones was immaterial, without being able to distinguish between its replies and those that a man might give, then the machine was thinking by any sensible definition of the word. Hal could pass the Turing test with ease. The time might even come when Hal would take command of the ship. In an emergency, if no one answered his signals, he would attempt to wake the sleeping members of the crew by electrical and chemical stimulation. If they did not respond, he would radio Earth for further orders. And then, if there was no reply from Earth, he would take what measures he deemed necessary to safeguard the ship and to continue the mission, whose real purpose he alone knew, and which his human colleagues could never have guessed. Poole and Bowman had often humorously referred to themselves as caretakers or janitors aboard a ship that could really run itself. They would have been astonished, and more than a little indignant, to discover how much truth that jest contained. Chapter 17. Cruise Mode. The day-by-day running of the ship had been planned with great care, and, theoretically at least, Bowman and Poole knew what they would be doing at every moment of the 24 hours. They operated on a 12 hours on, 12 hours off basis, taking charge alternately and never being both asleep at the same time. The officer on duty remained on the control deck, while his deputies saw to the general housekeeping, inspected the ship, coped with the odd jobs that constantly arose, or relaxed in his cubicle. Although Bowman was nominal captain on this phase of the mission, no outside observer could have deduced the fact. He and Poole switched roles, rank, and responsibilities completely every 12 hours. This kept them both at peak training, minimized the chances of friction, and helped toward the goal of 100% redundancy. Bowman's day began at 0600 ship's time, the universal ephemeris time of the astronomers. If he was late, Hal had a variety of beeps and chimes to remind him of his duty, but they had never been used. As a test, Poole had once switched off the alarm. Bowman had still risen automatically at the right time. His first official act of the day would be to advance the master hibernation timer 12 hours. If this operation was missed twice in a row, Hal would assume that both he and Poole had been incapacitated and would take the necessary emergency action. Bowman would attend to his toilet and do his isometric exercises before settling down to breakfast and the morning's radiofax edition of the World Times. On Earth, he never read the paper as carefully as he did now. Even the smallest items of society gossip, the most fleeting political rumors, seemed of absorbing interest as they flashed across the screen. At 0700, he would officially relieve Poole on the control deck, bringing him a squeeze tube of coffee from the kitchen. If, as was usually the case, there was nothing to report and no action to be taken, he would settle down to check all the instrument readings and would run through a series of tests designed to spot possible malfunctions. By 1000, this would be finished, and he would start on a study period. Bowman had been a student for more than half his life. He would continue to be one until he retired. Thanks to the 20th century revolutions in training and information handling techniques, he already possessed the equivalent of 2 or 3 college educations, and what was more, he could remember 90% of what he had learned. 50 years ago, he would have been considered a specialist in applied astronomy, cybernetics, and space propulsion systems, yet he was prone to deny with genuine indignation that he was a specialist at all. Bowman had never found it possible to focus his interest exclusively on any subject. Despite the dark warnings of his instructors, he had insisted on taking his master's degree in general astronautics, a course with a vague and woolly syllabus designed for those whose IQs were in the low 130s and who would never reach the top ranks of their profession. His decision had been right. That very refusal to specialize had made him uniquely qualified for his present task. In much the same way, Frank Poole, who sometimes disparagingly called himself general practitioner in space biology, had been an ideal choice as his deputy. The two of them, with, if necessary, help from Hal's vast stores of information, could cope with any problems likely to arise during the voyage, as long as they kept their minds alert and receptive and continually re-engraved old patterns of memory. So for 2 hours, from 1000 to 1200, Bowman would engage in a dialogue with an electronic tutor, checking his general knowledge or absorbing material specific to this mission. He would prowl endlessly over ship's plans, circuit diagrams, and voyage profiles, or would try to assimilate all that was known about Jupiter, Saturn, and their far-ranging families of moons. At midday, he would retire to the galley and leave the ship to Hal while he prepared his lunch. Even here he was still fully in touch with events, for the tiny lounge-cum-dining room contained a duplicate of the situation display panel, and Hal could call him at a moment's notice. Poole would join him for this meal, before retiring for his 6-hour sleep period, and usually they would watch one of the regular TV programs beamed to them from Earth. Their menus had been planned with as much care as any part of the mission. The food, most of it freeze-dried, was uniformly excellent and had been chosen for the minimum of trouble. Packets had merely to be opened and popped into the tiny auto galley, which beeped for attention when the job was done. They could enjoy what tasted like, and equally important, looked like, orange juice, eggs, any style, steaks, chops, roasts, fresh vegetables, assorted fruits, ice cream, and even freshly baked bread. After lunch, from 1300 to 1600, Bowman would make a slow and careful tour of the ship, or such part of it as was accessible. Discovery measured almost 400 feet from end to end, but the little universe occupied by her crew lay entirely inside the 40-foot sphere of the pressure hull. Here were all the life support systems, and the control deck, which was the operational heart of the ship. Below this was a small space garage, fitted with 3 airlocks through which powered capsules, just large enough to hold a man, could sail out into the void if the need arose for extravehicular activity. The equatorial region of the pressure sphere, the slice, as it were, from Capricorn to Cancer, enclosed a slowly rotating drum, 35 feet in diameter. As it made 1 revolution every 10 seconds, this carousel or centrifuge produced an artificial gravity equal to that of the moon. This was enough to prevent the physical atrophy which would result from the complete absence of weight, and it also allowed the routine functions of living to be carried out under normal, or nearly normal, conditions. The carousel therefore contained the kitchen, dining, washing, and toilet facilities. Only here was it safe to prepare and handle hot drinks, quite dangerous in weightless conditions where one can be badly scalded by floating globules of boiling water. The problem of shaving was also solved. There would be no weightless bristles drifting around to endanger electrical equipment and produce a health hazard. Around the rim of the carousel were 5 tiny cubicles, fitted out by each astronaut according to taste and containing his personal belongings. Only Bowman's and Poole's were now in use, while the future occupants of the other 3 cabins reposed in their electronic sarcophagi next door. The spin of the carousel could be stopped if necessary. When this happened, its angular momentum had to be stored in a flywheel and switched back again when rotation was restarted. But normally it was left running at constant speed, for it was easy enough to enter the big, slowly turning drum by going hand over hand along a pole through the 0G region at its center. Transferring to the moving section was as easy and automatic, after a little experience, as stepping onto a moving escalator. The spherical pressure hull formed the head of a flimsy, arrow-shaped structure more than 100 yards long. Discovery, like all vehicles intended for deep space penetration, was too fragile and unstreamlined ever to enter an atmosphere, or to defy the full gravitational field of any planet. She had been assembled in orbit around the Earth, tested on a trans-lunar maiden flight, and finally checked out in orbit above the moon. She was a creature of pure space, and she looked it. Immediately behind the pressure hull was grouped a cluster of 4 large liquid hydrogen tanks, and beyond them, forming a long, slender V, were the radiating fins that dissipated the waste heat of the nuclear reactor. Veined with a delicate tracery of pipes for the cooling fluid, they looked like the wings of some vast dragonfly, and from certain angles gave Discovery a fleeting resemblance to an old-time sailing ship. At the very end of the V, 300 feet from the crew compartment, was the shielded inferno of the reactor and the complex of focusing electrodes through which emerged the incandescent star stuff of the plasma drive. This had done its work weeks ago, forcing Discovery out of her parking orbit round the moon. Now the reactor was merely ticking over as it generated electrical power for the ship's service, and the great radiating fins that would glow cherry red when Discovery was accelerating under maximum thrust were dark and cool. Although it would require an excursion out into space to examine this region of the ship, there were instruments and remote TV cameras which gave a full report on conditions here. Bowman now felt that he knew intimately every square foot of the radiator, panels, and every piece of plumbing associated with them. By 1600, he would have finished his inspection and would make a detailed verbal report to Mission Control, talking until the acknowledgments started to come in. Then he would switch off his own transmitter, listen to what Earth had to say, and send back his reply to any queries. At 1800 hours, Poole would awaken, and he would hand over command. He would have 6 off-duty hours to use as he pleased. Sometimes he would continue his studies, or listen to music, or look at movies. Much of the time he would wander at will through the ship's inexhaustible electronic library. He had become fascinated by the great explorations of the past, understandably enough in the circumstances. Sometimes he would cruise with Pythias out through the Pillars of Hercules, along the coast of a Europe barely emerging from the Stone Age, and venture almost to the chill mists of the Arctic. Or, 2,000 years later, he would pursue the Manila galleons with Anson, sail with Cook along the unknown hazards of the Great Barrier Reef, achieve with Magellan the first circumnavigation of the world. And he began to read the Odyssey, which of all books spoke to him most vividly across the gulfs of time. For relaxation, he could always engage Hal in a large number of semi-mathematical games, including checkers, chess, and polyominoes. If Hal went all out, he could win any of them, but that would be bad for morale. So he had been programmed to win only 50% of the time, and his human partners pretended not to know this. The last hours of Bowman's day were devoted to general cleaning up and odd jobs, followed by dinner at 2000, again with Poole. Then there would be an hour during which he would make or receive any personal call from Earth. Like all his colleagues, Bowman was unmarried. It was not fair to send family men on a mission of such duration. Though numerous ladies had promised to wait until the expedition returned, no one had really believed this. At first, both Poole and Bowman had been making rather intimate personal calls once a week, though the knowledge that many ears must be listening at the Earth end of the circuit tended to inhibit them. Yet already, though the voyage was scarcely started, the warmth and frequency of the conversations with their girls on Earth had begun to diminish. They had expected this. It was one of the penalties of an astronaut's way of life, as it had once been of a mariner's. It was true, indeed notorious, that seamen had compensations at other ports. Unfortunately, there were no tropical islands full of dusky maids beyond the orbit of Earth. The space medics, of course, had tackled this problem with their usual enthusiasm. The ship's pharmacopoeia provided adequate, though hardly glamorous, substitutes. Just before he signed off, Bowman would make his final report and check that Hal had transmitted all the instrumentation tapes for the day's run. Then, if he felt like it, he would spend a couple of hours either reading or looking at a movie, and at midnight he would go to sleep, usually without any help from electronarcosis. Poole's program was a mirror image of his own, and the two schedules dovetailed together without friction. Both men were fully occupied. They were too intelligent and well-adjusted to quarrel, and the voyage had settled down to a comfortable, utterly uneventful routine, the passage of time marked only by the changing numbers on the digital clocks. The greatest hope of Discovery's little crew was that nothing would mar this peaceful monotony in the weeks and months that lay ahead. Chapter 18. Through the Asteroids. Week after week, running like a streetcar along the tracks of her utterly predetermined orbit, Discovery swept past the orbit of Mars and on toward Jupiter. Unlike all the vessels traversing the skies or seas of Earth, she required not even the most minute touch on the controls. Her course was fixed by the laws of gravitation. There were no uncharted shoals, no dangerous reefs on which she would run aground, nor was there the slightest danger of collision with another ship, for there was no vessel, at least of man's making, anywhere between her and the infinitely distant stars. Yet the space which she was now entering was far from empty. Ahead lay a no-man's land threaded by the paths of more than 1,000,000 asteroids, less than 10,000 of which had ever had their orbits precisely determined by astronomers. Only 4 were over 100 miles in diameter. The vast majority were merely giant boulders, trundling aimlessly through space. There was nothing that could be done about them, though even the smallest could completely destroy the ship if it slammed into it at tens of thousands of miles an hour. The chance of this happening was negligible. On the average, there was only one asteroid in a volume 1,000,000 miles on a side. That Discovery should also happen to occupy this same point and, at the same time, was the very least of the crew's worries. On day 86, they were due to make their closest approach to any known asteroid. It had no name, merely the number 7794, and was a 50-yard diameter rock that had been detected by the Lunar Observatory in 1997 and immediately forgotten except by the patient computers of the Minor Planet Bureau. When Bowman came on duty, Hal promptly reminded him of the forthcoming encounter. Not that he was likely to have forgotten the only scheduled in-flight event of the entire voyage. The track of the asteroid against the stars and its coordinates at the moment of closest approach had already been printed out on the display screens. Listed also were the observations to be made or attempted. They were going to be very busy when 7794 flashed past them only 900 miles away at a relative speed of 80,000 miles an hour. When Bowman asked Hal for the telescopic display, a sparsely sprinkled star field flashed onto the screen. There was nothing that looked like an asteroid. All the images, even under the highest magnification, were dimensionless points of light. "Give me the target reticule," asked Bowman. Immediately, 4 faint, narrow lines appeared, bracketing a tiny and undistinguished star. He stared at it for many minutes, wondering if Hal could possibly be mistaken. Then he saw that the pinpoint of light was moving, with barely perceptible slowness, against the background of the stars. It might still be 500,000 miles away, but its movement proved that, as cosmic distances went, it was almost near enough to touch. When Poole joined him on the control deck 6 hours later, 7794 was hundreds of times more brilliant and was moving so swiftly against its background that there was no question of its identity, and it was no longer a point of light. It had begun to show a clearly visible disk. They stared at that passing pebble in the sky with the emotions of sailors on a long sea voyage, skirting a coast on which they cannot land. Though they were perfectly well aware that 7794 was only a lifeless, airless chunk of rock, this knowledge scarcely affected their feelings. It was the only solid matter they would meet this side of Jupiter, still 200 million miles away. Through the high-powered telescope, they could see that the asteroid was very irregular and turning slowly end over end. Sometimes it looked like a flattened sphere, sometimes it resembled a roughly shaped brick. Its rotation period was just over 2 minutes. There were mottled patches of light and shade distributed apparently at random over its surface, and often it sparkled like a distant window as planes or outcroppings of crystalline material flashed in the sun. It was racing past them at almost 30 miles a second. They had only a few frantic minutes in which to observe it closely. The automatic cameras took dozens of photographs. The navigation radar's returning echoes were carefully recorded for future analysis, and there was just time for a single impact probe. The probe carried no instruments. None could survive a collision at such cosmic speeds. It was merely a small slug of metal, shot out from Discovery on a course which should intersect that of the asteroid. As the seconds before impact ticked away, Poole and Bowman waited with mounting tension. The experiment, simple though it was in principle, taxed the accuracy of their equipment to the limits. They were aiming at a 100-foot diameter target from a distance of thousands of miles. Against the darkened portion of the asteroid there was a sudden, dazzling explosion of light. The tiny slug had impacted at meteoric speed. In a fraction of a second, all its energy had been transformed into heat. A puff of incandescent gas had erupted briefly into space. Aboard Discovery, the cameras were recording the rapidly fading spectral lines. Back on Earth, experts would analyze them, looking for the telltale signatures of glowing atoms, and so, for the first time, the composition of an asteroid's crust would be determined. Within an hour, 7794 was a dwindling star, showing no trace of a disk. When Bowman next came on watch, it had vanished completely. They were alone again. They would remain alone until the outermost of Jupiter's moons came swimming up toward them, 3 months from now. Chapter 19. Transit of Jupiter. Even from 20 million miles away, Jupiter was already the most conspicuous object in the sky ahead. The planet was now a pale, salmon-hued disk, about half the size of the moon as seen from Earth, with the dark, parallel bands of its cloud belts clearly visible. Shuttling back and forth in the equatorial plane were the brilliant stars of Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, worlds that elsewhere would have counted as planets in their own right, but which here were merely satellites of a giant master. Through the telescope, Jupiter was a glorious sight, a mottled, multicolored globe that seemed to fill the sky. It was impossible to grasp its real size. Bowman kept reminding himself that it was 11 times the diameter of Earth, but for a long time this was a statistic with no real meaning. Then, while he was briefing himself from the tapes in Hal's memory units, he found something that suddenly brought the appalling scale of the planet into focus. It was an illustration that showed the Earth's entire surface peeled off and then pegged, like the skin of an animal, on the disk of Jupiter. Against this background, all the continents and oceans of Earth appeared no larger than India on the terrestrial globe. When Bowman used the highest magnification of Discovery's telescopes, he appeared to be hanging above a slightly flattened globe, looking down upon a vista of racing clouds that had been smeared into bands by the giant world's swift rotation. Sometimes those bands congealed into wisps and knots and continent-sized masses of colored vapor. Sometimes they were linked by transient bridges thousands of miles in length. Hidden beneath those clouds was enough material to outweigh all the other planets in the solar system. And what else, Bowman wondered, was also hidden there? Over this shifting, turbulent roof of clouds, forever hiding the real surface of the planet, circular patterns of darkness sometimes glided. One of the inner moons was transiting the distant sun, its shadow marching beneath it over the restless Jovian cloudscape. There were other and far smaller moons even out here, 20 million miles from Jupiter, but they were only flying mountains, a few dozen miles in diameter, and the ship would pass nowhere near any of them. Every few minutes, the radar transmitter would gather its strength and send out a silent thunderclap of power. No echoes of new satellites came pulsing back from the emptiness. What did come, with ever-growing intensity, was the roar of Jupiter's own radio voice. In 1955, just before the dawn of the space age, astronomers had been astonished to find that Jupiter was blasting out millions of horsepower on the 10-meter band. It was merely raw noise, associated with halos of charged particles circling the planet like the Van Allen belts of Earth, but on a far greater scale. Sometimes, during lonely hours on the control deck, Bowman would listen to this radiation. He would turn up the gain until the room filled with a crackling, hissing roar. Out of this background, at irregular intervals, emerged brief whistles and peeps like the cries of demented birds. It was an eerie sound, for it had nothing to do with man. It was as lonely and as meaningless as the murmur of waves on a beach, or the distant crash of thunder beyond the horizon. Even at her present speed of over 100,000 miles an hour, it would take Discovery almost 2 weeks to cross the orbits of all the Jovian satellites. more moons circled Jupiter than planets orbited the Sun. The Lunar Observatory was discovering new ones every year, and the tally had now reached 36. The outermost, Jupiter 27, moved backwards in an unstable path 19 million miles from its temporary master. It was the prize in a perpetual tug-of-war between Jupiter and the Sun, for the planet was constantly capturing short-lived moons from the asteroid belt and losing them again after a few million years. Only the inner satellites were its permanent property. The Sun could never wrest them from its grasp. Now there was new prey for the clashing gravitational fields. Discovery was accelerating toward Jupiter along a complex orbit computed months ago by the astronomers on Earth and constantly checked by HAL. From time to time there would be minute, automatic nudges from the control jets, scarcely perceptible aboard the ship as they made fine adjustments to the trajectory. Over the radio link with Earth, information was flowing back in a constant stream. They were now so far from home that, even traveling at the speed of light, their signals were taking 50 minutes for the journey. Though the whole world was looking over their shoulders, watching through their eyes and their instruments as Jupiter approached, it would be almost an hour before the news of their discoveries reached home. The telescopic cameras were operating constantly as the ship cut across the orbit of the giant inner satellites, every one of them larger than the Moon, every one of them unknown territory. 3 hours before transit, Discovery passed only 20,000 miles from Europa, and all instruments were aimed at the approaching world as it grew steadily in size, changed from globe to crescent, and swept swiftly sunward. Here were 14 million square miles of land, which, until this moment, had never been more than a pinhead in the mightiest telescope. They would race past it in minutes and must make the most of the encounter, recording all the information they could. There would be months in which they could play it back at leisure. From a distance, Europa had seemed like a giant snowball, reflecting the light of the far-off sun with remarkable efficiency. Closer observations confirmed this. Unlike the dusty Moon, Europa was a brilliant white, and much of its surface was covered with glittering hunks that looked like stranded icebergs. Almost certainly these were formed from ammonia and water that Jupiter's gravitational field had somehow failed to capture. Only along the equator was bare rock visible. Here was an incredibly jagged no-man's land of canyons and jumbled boulders, forming a darker band that completely surrounded the little world. There were a few impact craters, but no sign of volcanism. Europa had obviously never possessed any internal sources of heat. There was, as had long been known, a trace of atmosphere. When the dark edge of the satellite passed across a star, it dimmed briefly before the moment of eclipse, and in some areas there was a hint of cloud, perhaps a mist of ammonia droplets borne on tenuous methane winds. As swiftly as it had rushed out of the sky ahead, Europa dropped astern, and now Jupiter itself was only 2 hours away. Hal had checked and rechecked the ship's orbit with infinite care, and there was no need for further speed corrections until the moment of closest approach. Yet, even knowing this, it was a strain on the nerves to watch that giant globe ballooning minute by minute. It was difficult to believe that Discovery was not plunging directly into it, and that the planet's immense gravitational field was not dragging them down to destruction. Now was the time to drop the atmospheric probes, which, it was hoped, would survive long enough to send back some information from below the Jovian cloud deck. 2 stubby, bomb-shaped capsules, enclosed in ablative heat shields, were gently nudged into orbits which, for the first few thousand miles, deviated scarcely at all from that of Discovery. But they slowly drifted away, and now, at last, even the unaided eye could see what Hal had been asserting. The ship was in a near-grazing orbit, not a collision one. She would miss the atmosphere. True, the difference was only a few hundred miles, a mere nothing when one was dealing with a planet 90,000 miles in diameter, but that was enough. Jupiter now filled the entire sky. It was so huge that neither mind nor eye could grasp it any longer, and both had abandoned the attempt. If it had not been for the extraordinary variety of color, the reds and pinks and yellows and salmons and even scarlets of the atmosphere beneath them, Bowman could have believed that he was flying low over a cloudscape on Earth. And now, for the first time in all their journeying, they were about to lose the sun. Pale and shrunken though it was, it had been Discovery's constant companion since her departure from Earth 5 months ago, but now her orbit was diving into the shadow of Jupiter. She would soon pass over the night side of the planet. 1,000 miles ahead, the band of twilight was hurtling toward them. Behind, the sun was sinking swiftly into the Jovian clouds. Its rays spread out along the horizon like two flaming, down-turned horns, then contracted and died in a brief blaze of chromatic glory. The night had come. And yet, the great world below was not wholly dark. It was awash with phosphorescence, which grew brighter minute by minute as their eyes grew accustomed to the scene. Dim rivers of light were flowing from horizon to horizon, like the luminous wakes of ships on some tropical sea. Here and there they gathered into pools of liquid fire, trembling with vast submarine disturbances welling up from the hidden heart of Jupiter. It was a sight so awe-inspiring that Poole and Bowman could have stared for hours. Was this, they wondered, merely the result of chemical and electrical forces down there in that seething cauldron, or was it the byproduct of some fantastic form of life? These were questions which scientists might still be debating when the newborn century drew to its close. As they drove deeper and deeper into the Jovian night, the glow beneath them grew steadily brighter. Once Bowman had flown over northern Canada during the height of an auroral display. The snow-covered landscape had been as bleak and brilliant as this, and that Arctic wilderness, he reminded himself, was more than 100 degrees warmer than the regions over which they were hurtling now.
"Earth signal is fading rapidly," announced Hal. "We are entering the first diffraction zone."
They had expected this. Indeed, it was one of the mission's objectives, as the absorption of radio waves would give valuable information about the Jovian atmosphere. But now that they had actually passed behind the planet, and it was cutting off communication with Earth, they felt a sudden, overwhelming loneliness. The radio blackout would last only an hour. Then they would emerge from Jupiter's eclipsing screen and could resume contact with the human race. That hour, however, would be one of the longest of their lives. Despite their relative youth, Poole and Bowman were veterans of a dozen space voyages, but now they felt like novices. They were attempting something for the first time. Never before had any ship traveled at such speeds or braved so intense a gravitational field. The slightest error in navigation at this critical point, and Discovery would go speeding on toward the far limits of the solar system, beyond any hope of rescue. The slow minutes dragged by. Jupiter was now a vertical wall of phosphorescence stretching to infinity above them, and the ship was climbing straight up its glowing face. Though they knew that they were moving far too swiftly for even Jupiter's gravity to capture them, it was hard to believe that Discovery had not become a satellite of this monstrous world. At last, far ahead, there was a blaze of light along the horizon. They were emerging from shadow, heading out into the sun, and at almost the same moment, Hal announced, "I am in radio contact with Earth. I am also happy to say that the perturbation maneuver has been successfully completed. Our time to Saturn is 167 days, 5 hours, 11 minutes. That was within a minute of the estimate. The flyby had been carried out with impeccable precision. Like a ball on a cosmic pool table, Discovery had bounced off the moving gravitational field of Jupiter and had gained momentum from the impact. Without using any fuel, she had increased her speed by several thousand miles an hour. Yet there was no violation of the laws of mechanics. Nature always balances her books, and Jupiter had lost exactly as much momentum as Discovery had gained. The planet had been slowed down, but as its mass was a sextillion times greater than the ship's, the change in its orbit was far too small to be detectable. The time had not yet come when man could leave his mark upon the solar system. As the light grew swiftly around them, and the shrunken sun lifted once more into the Jovian sky, Poole and Bowman reached out silently and shook each other's hands. Though they could hardly believe it, the first part of the mission was safely over. Chapter 20. The World of the Gods. But they had not yet finished with Jupiter. Far behind, the two probes that Discovery had launched were making contact with the atmosphere. One was never heard from again. Presumably, it made too steep an entry and burned up before it could send any information. The second was more successful. It sliced through the upper layers of the Jovian atmosphere, then skimmed out once more into space. As had been planned, it had lost so much speed by the encounter that it fell back again along a great ellipse. 2 hours later, it re-entered atmosphere on the daylight side of the planet, moving at 70,000 miles an hour. Immediately, it was wrapped in an envelope of incandescent gas, and radio contact was lost. There were anxious minutes of waiting, then, for the two watchers on the control deck. They could not be certain that the probe would survive, and that the protective ceramic shield would not burn completely away before braking had finished. If that happened, the instruments would be vaporized in a fraction of a second. But the shield held long enough for the glowing meteor to come to rest. The charred fragments were jettisoned, the robot thrust out its antennas and began to peer around with its electronic senses. Aboard Discovery, now almost 250,000 miles away, the radio started to bring in the first authentic news from Jupiter. The thousands of pulses pouring in every second were reporting atmospheric composition, pressure, temperature, magnetic fields, radioactivity, and dozens of other factors which only the experts on Earth could unravel. However, there was one message that could be understood instantly. It was the TV picture, in full color, sent back by the falling probe. The first views came when the robot had already entered the atmosphere and had discarded its protective shell. All that was visible was a yellow mist, flecked with patches of scarlet which moved past the camera at a dizzying rate, streaming upwards as the probe fell at several hundred miles an hour. The mist grew thicker. It was impossible to guess whether the camera was seeing for 10 inches or 10 miles because there were no details on which the eye could focus. It seemed that, as far as the TV system was concerned, the mission was a failure. The equipment had worked, but there was nothing to see in this foggy, turbulent atmosphere. And then, quite abruptly, the mist vanished. The probe must have fallen through the base of a high layer of cloud and come out into a clear zone, perhaps a region of almost pure hydrogen with only a sparse scattering of ammonia crystals. Though it was still quite impossible to judge the scale of the picture, the camera was obviously seeing for miles. The scene was so alien that for a moment it was almost meaningless to eyes accustomed to the colors and shapes of Earth. Far, far below lay an endless sea of mottled gold, scarred with parallel ridges that might have been the crests of gigantic waves. But there was no movement. The scale of the scene was too immense to show it, and that golden vista could not possibly have been an ocean, for it was still high in the Jovian atmosphere. It could only have been another layer of cloud. Then the camera caught, tantalizingly blurred by distance, a glimpse of something very strange. Many miles away, the golden landscape reared itself into a curiously symmetrical cone, like a volcanic mountain.
This is the end of Disc 3. Please continue listening on Disc number 4. This is Disc number 4.
The camera caught, tantalizingly blurred by distance, a glimpse of something very strange. Many miles away, the golden landscape reared itself into a curiously symmetrical cone, like a volcanic mountain. Around the summit of that cone was a halo of small, puffy clouds, all about the same size, all quite distinct and isolated. There was something disturbing and unnatural about them, if indeed the word natural could ever be applied to this awesome panorama. Then, caught by some turbulence in the rapidly thickening atmosphere, the probe twisted around to another quarter of the horizon, and for a few seconds the screen showed nothing but a golden blur. Presently it stabilized. The sea was much closer, but as enigmatic as ever. One could now observe that it was interrupted here and there with patches of darkness, which might have been holes or gaps leading to still deeper layers of the atmosphere. The probe was destined never to reach them. Every mile, the density of the gas around it had been doubling, the pressure mounting as it sank deeper and deeper toward the hidden surface of the planet. It was still high above that mysterious sea when the picture gave one premonitory flicker, then vanished, as the first explorer from Earth crumpled beneath the weight of the miles of atmosphere above it. It had given, in its brief life, a glimpse of perhaps 1/1,000,000th of Jupiter, and had barely approached the planet's surface hundreds of miles down in the deepening mists. When the picture faded from the screen, Bowman and Poole could only sit in silence, turning the same thought over in their minds. The ancients had indeed done better than they knew when they named this world after the Lord of all the gods. If there was life down there, how long would it take even to locate it? And after that, how many centuries before men could follow this first pioneer? In what kind of ship? But these matters were now no concern of Discovery and her crew. Their goal was a still stranger world almost twice as far from the sun, across another 500,000,000 miles of comet-haunted emptiness. Part 4. Abyss. Chapter 21. Birthday Party. The familiar strains of Happy Birthday hurled across 700 million miles of space at the velocity of light, died away among the vision screens and instrumentation of the control desk. The Poole family, grouped rather self-consciously round the birthday cake on Earth, lapsed into a sudden silence. Then Mr. Poole, Sr., said gruffly,
"Well, Frank, I can't think of anything else to say at the moment, except that our thoughts are with you, and we're wishing you the happiest of birthdays."
"Take care, darling,"
Mrs. Poole interjected tearfully.
"God bless you."
There was a chorus of goodbyes, and the vision screen went blank. How strange to think, Poole told himself, that all this had happened more than an hour ago. By now his family would have dispersed again, and its members would be miles from home. But in a way that time lag, though it could be frustrating, was also a blessing in disguise. Like every man of his age, Poole took it for granted that he could talk instantly to anyone on Earth whenever he pleased. Now that this was no longer true, the psychological impact was profound. He had moved into a new dimension of remoteness, and almost all emotional links had been stretched beyond the yield point. "Sorry to interrupt the festivities," said Hal, "but we have a problem." "What is it?" Bowman and Poole asked simultaneously. "I am having difficulty in maintaining contact with Earth. The trouble is in the AE-35 unit. My fault prediction center reports that it may fail within 72 hours. "We'll take care of it," Bowman replied. "Let's see the optical alignment." "Here it is, Dave. It's still okay at the moment." On the display screen appeared a perfect half-moon, very brilliant against a background almost free of stars. It was covered with clouds and showed not one geographical feature that could be recognized. Indeed, at first glance it could be easily mistaken for Venus. But not at a second one, for there beside it was the real moon, which Venus did not possess, a quarter the size of Earth and in exactly the same phase. It was easy to imagine that the two bodies were mother and child, as many astronomers had believed, before the evidence of the lunar rocks had proved beyond doubt that the moon had never been part of Earth. Poole and Bowman studied the screen in silence for half a minute. This image was coming to them from the long-focused TV camera mounted on the rim of the big radio dish. The cross wires at its center showed the exact orientation of the antenna. Unless the narrow pencil beam was pointed precisely at Earth, they could neither receive nor transmit. Messages in both directions would miss their target and would shoot, unheard and unseen, out through the solar system and into the emptiness beyond. If they were ever received, it would not be for centuries, and not by men. "Do you know where the trouble is?" asked Bowman. "It's intermittent, and I can't localize it, but it appears to be in the AE-35 unit." "What procedure do you suggest?" "The best thing would be to replace the unit with a spare so that we can check it over." "Okay, let us have the hard copy." The information flashed on the display screen. Simultaneously, a sheet of paper slid out of the slot immediately beneath it. Despite all the electronic readouts, there are times when good old-fashioned printed material was the most convenient form of record. Bowman studied the diagrams for a moment, then whistled. "You might have told us. This means going outside the ship." "I'm sorry. I assumed you knew that the AE-35 unit was on the antenna mounting." "I probably did a year ago, but there are 8,000 subsystems aboard. Anyway, it looks like a straightforward job. We only have to unlock a panel and put in a new unit." "That suits me fine," said Poole, who was the crew member designated for routine extravehicular activity. "I could do with a change of scenery. Nothing personal, of course." "Let's see if Mission Control agrees," said Bowman. He sat still for a few seconds, marshaling his thoughts, then started to dictate a message. "Mission Control, this is X-Ray Delta 1. At 2045, onboard fault prediction center in our 90000 computer showed Alpha Echo 35 unit as probable failure within 72 hours. Request check your telemetry monitoring and suggest you review unit in your ship systems simulator. Also, confirm your approval our plan to go EVA and replace Alpha Echo 35 unit prior to failure. Mission Control, this is X-Ray Delta 1, 2103, transmission concluded." Through years of practice, Bowman could switch at a moment's notice to this jargon, which someone had once christened technish, and back again to normal speech without clashing his mental gears. Now there was nothing to do but to wait for the confirmation, which would take at least 2 hours as the signals made the round trip past the orbits of Jupiter and Mars. It came while Bowman was trying, without much success, to beat Hal at one of the geometrical pattern games stored in his memory.
X-Ray Delta 1, this is Mission Control acknowledging your 2103. We are reviewing telemetric information on your mission simulator and will advise. Roger, your plan to go EVA and replace Alpha Echo 35 unit prior to possible failure. We are working on test procedures for you to apply to faulty unit.
The serious business having been completed, the mission controller reverted to normal English.
"Sorry you fellows are having a bit of trouble, and we don't want to add to your woes, but if it's convenient to you prior to EVA, we have a request from public information. Could you do a brief recording for general release, outlining the situation and explaining just what the AE-35 does? Make it as reassuring as you can. We could do it, of course, but it will be much more convincing in your words. Hope this won't interfere too badly with your social life. X-Ray Delta 1, this is Mission Control, 2155, transmission concluded."
Bowman could not help smiling at the request. There were times when Earth showed a curious insensitivity and lack of tact. Make it reassuring, indeed. When Poole joined him at the end of his sleep period, they spent 10 minutes composing and polishing the reply. In the early stages of the mission, there had been countless requests from all the news media for interviews, discussions, almost anything that they cared to say. But as the weeks drifted uneventfully past, and the time lag increased from a few minutes to over an hour, interest had gradually slackened. Since the excitement of the Jupiter flyby over a month ago, they had made only 3 or 4 tapes for general release. "Mission Control, this is X-Ray Delta 1. Here's your press statement. Earlier today, a minor technical problem occurred. Our HAL 9000 computer predicted the failure of the AE-35 unit. This is a small but vital component of the communication system.
It keeps our main antenna aimed at Earth to within a few thousandths of a degree. This accuracy is required, since at our present distance of more than 700 million miles, Earth is only a rather faint star, and our very narrow radio beam could easily miss it. The antenna is kept constantly tracking Earth by motors controlled from the central computer, but those motors get their instructions via the AE35 unit. You might compare it to a nerve center in the body, which translates the brain's instructions to the muscles of a limb. If the nerve fails to pass on the correct signals, the limb becomes useless. In our case, a breakdown of the AE35 unit could mean that the antenna will start pointing at random. This was a common trouble with the deep space probes of the last century. They often reached other planets, then failed to send back any information because their antenna couldn't locate Earth. We don't know the nature of the fault yet, but the situation is not at all serious and there is no need for alarm. We have 2 backup AE35s, each of which has an operational life expectancy of 20 years, so the chance that a second will fail during the course of this mission is negligible. Also, if we can diagnose the present trouble, we may be able to repair the number 1 unit. Frank Poole, who is specially qualified for this type of work, will go outside the ship and replace the faulty unit with the backup. At the same time, he'll take the opportunity of checking the hull and repairing some micropunctures that have been too small to merit a special EVA. Apart from this minor problem, the mission is still going uneventfully and should continue in the same manner. Mission Control, this is X-Ray Delta 12104, transmission concluded. Chapter 22, Excursion. Discovery's extravehicular capsules, or space pods, were spheres about 9 feet in diameter, and the operator sat behind a bay window which gave him a splendid view. The main rocket drive produced an acceleration of 1/5 of a gravity, just sufficient to hover on the moon, while small attitude control nozzles allowed for steering. From an area immediately beneath the bay window sprouted 2 sets of articulated metal arms, or Waldos, one for heavy duty, the other for delicate manipulation. There was also an extensible turret carrying a variety of power tools, such as screwdrivers, jackhammers, saws, and drills. Space pods were not the most elegant means of transport devised by man, but they were absolutely essential for construction and maintenance work in vacuum. They were usually christened with feminine names, perhaps in recognition of the fact that their personalities were sometimes slightly unpredictable. Discovery's trio were Anna, Betty, and Clara. Once he had put on his personal pressure suit, his last line of defense, and climbed inside the pod, Poole spent 10 minutes carefully checking the controls. He burped the steering jets, flexed the Waldos, reconfirmed oxygen, fuel, power reserve. Then, when he was completely satisfied, he spoke to Hal over the radio circuit. Though Bowman was standing by on the control deck, he would not interfere unless there was some obvious mistake or malfunction. "This is Betty. Start pumping sequence." "Pumping sequence started," repeated Hal. At once, Poole could hear the throbbing of the pumps as precious air was sucked out of the lock chamber. Presently, the thin metal of the pod's external shell made crinkling, crackling noises. Then, after about 5 minutes, Hal reported, "Pumping sequence concluded." Poole made a final check of his tiny instrument panel. Everything was perfectly normal. "Open outer door," he ordered. Again, Hal repeated his instructions. At any stage, Poole had only to call "hold," and the computer would stop the sequence immediately. Ahead, the walls of the ship slid apart. Poole felt the pod rock briefly as the last thin traces of air rushed into space. Then he was looking out at the stars, and, as it happened, at the tiny golden disk of Saturn, still 400 million miles away. "Commence pod ejection." Very slowly, the rail from which the pod was hanging extended itself out through the open door until the vehicle was suspended just beyond the hull of the ship. Poole gave a half-second burst on the main jet, and the pod slid gently off the rail, becoming at last an independent vehicle pursuing its own orbit around the sun. He now had no connection with Discovery, not even a safety line. The pods seldom gave trouble, and even if he got stranded, Bowman could easily come and rescue him. Betty responded smoothly to the control. He let her drift outward for 100 feet, then checked her forward momentum and spun her around so that he was looking back at the ship. Then he began his tour of the pressure hull. His first target was a fused area about half an inch across with a tiny central crater. The particle of dust that had impacted here at over 100,000 miles an hour was certainly smaller than a pinhead, and its enormous kinetic energy had vaporized it instantly. As was often the case, the crater looked as if it had been caused by an explosion from inside the ship. At these velocities, materials behaved in strange ways, and the laws of common-sense mechanics seldom applied. Poole examined the area carefully, then sprayed it with sealant from a pressurized container in the pod's general-purpose kit. The white, rubbery fluid spread over the metal skin, hiding the crater from view. The leak blew one large bubble, which burst when it was about 6 inches across, then a much smaller one, then it subsided as the fast-setting cement did its work. He watched it intently for several minutes, but there was no further sign of activity. However, to make doubly certain, he sprayed on a second layer, then he set off toward the antenna. It took him some time to orbit Discovery's spherical pressure hull, for he never let the pod build up a speed of more than a few feet a second. He was in no hurry, and it was dangerous to move at a high velocity so near the ship. He had to keep a sharp lookout for the various sensors and instrument booms that projected from the hull at unlikely places, and he also had to be careful with his own jet blast. It could do considerable damage if it happened to hit some of the more fragile equipment. When at last he reached the long-range antenna, he surveyed the situation carefully. The big 20-foot diameter bowl appeared to be aimed directly at the sun, for the Earth was now almost in line with the solar disk. The antenna mounting with all its orientation gear was therefore in total darkness, hidden in the shadow of the great metal saucer. Poole had approached it from the rear. He had been careful not to go in front of the shallow parabolic reflector, lest Betty interrupt the beam and cause a momentary, but annoying, loss of contact with Earth. He could not see anything of the equipment he had come to service until he switched on the pod's spotlights and banished the shadows. Beneath that small metal plate lay the cause of the trouble. The plate was secured by 4 lock nuts, and as the entire AE-35 unit had been designed for easy replacement, Poole did not anticipate any problems. It was obvious, however, that he could not do the job while he remained in the space pod. Not only was it risky to maneuver so close to the delicate and even spidery framework of the antenna, but Betty's control jets could easily buckle the paper-thin reflecting surface of the big radio mirror. He would have to park the pod 20 feet away and go out in his suit. In any event, he could remove the unit much more quickly with his gloved hands than with Betty's remote manipulators. All this he reported carefully to Bowman, who double-checked every stage in the operation before it was carried out. Though this was a simple, routine job, nothing could be taken for granted in space, and no detail must be overlooked. In extravehicular activities, there was no such thing as a minor mistake. He received the OK for the procedure and parked the pod some 20 feet away from the base of the antenna support. There was no danger that it would drift off into space. Nevertheless, he clamped a manipulator hand over one of the many short sections of ladder rung strategically mounted on the outer hull. Then he checked the systems of his pressure suit and, when he was quite satisfied, bled the air out of the pod. As Betty's atmosphere hissed away into the vacuum of space, a cloud of ice crystals formed briefly around him, and the stars were momentarily dimmed. There was one more thing to do before he left the pod. He switched over from manual to remote operation, putting Betty now under control of Hal. It was a standard safety precaution, though he was still secured to Betty by an immensely strong, spring-loaded cord little thicker than cotton. Even the best safety lines had been known to fail. He would look a fool if he needed his vehicle and was unable to call it to his assistance by passing instructions to Hal. The door of the pod swung open, and he drifted slowly out into the silence of space, his safety line unreeling behind him. Take things easy. Never move quickly. Stop and think. These were the rules for extravehicular activity. If one obeyed them, there was never any trouble. He grabbed one of Betty's external handholds and removed the spare AE-35 unit from the carry pouch where it had been stowed, kangaroo fashion. He did not stop to collect any of the pod's collection of tools, most of which were not designed for use by human hands. All the adjustable wrenches and keys he was likely to need were already attached to the belt of his suit. With a gentle push, he launched himself toward the gimbaled mounting of the big dish that loomed like a giant saucer between him and the sun. His own double shadow, thrown by Betty's spotlights, danced across the convex surface in fantastic patterns as he drifted down the twin beams. But here and there, he was surprised to notice, the rear of the great radio mirror sparkled with dazzlingly brilliant pinpoints of light. He puzzled over these for the few seconds of his silent approach, then realized what they were. During the voyage, the reflector must have been penetrated many times by micrometeors. He was seeing the sunlight blazing through the tiny craters. They were all far too small to have affected the system's performance appreciably. As he was moving very slowly, he broke the gentle impact with his outstretched arm and grabbed hold of the antenna mounting before he could rebound. He quickly hooked his safety belt to the nearest attachment. That would give him something to brace against when he used his tools. Then he paused, reported the situation to Bowman, and considered his next step. There was one minor problem. He was standing, or floating, in his own light, and it was hard to see the AE-35 unit in the shadow he cast. So he ordered Hal to swing the spots off to one side, and after a little experimenting, got a more uniform illumination from secondary light reflected off the back of the antenna dish. For a few seconds, he studied the small metal hatch with its 4 wire-secured locking nuts. Then, muttering to himself, "Tampering by unauthorized personnel invalidates the manufacturer's guarantee," he snipped the wires and started to untwist the nuts. They were a standard size, fitting the zero-torque wrench that he carried. The tool's internal spring mechanism would absorb the reaction as the nuts were unthreaded, so that the operator would have no tendency to spin around in reverse. The 4 nuts came off without any trouble, and Poole stowed them carefully away in a convenient pouch. One day, somebody had predicted, Earth would have a ring like Saturn's, composed entirely of lost bolts, fasteners, and even tools that had escaped from careless orbital construction workers. The metal cover was a little sticky, and for a moment he was afraid it might have cold-welded into place, but after a few taps it came loose, and he secured it to the antenna mounting by a large crocodile clip. Now he could see the electronic circuitry of the AE-35 unit. It was in the form of a thin slab, about the size of a postcard, gripped by a slot just large enough to hold it. The unit was secured in place by 2 locking bars and had a small handle so that it could be easily removed. But it was still operating, feeding the antenna the impulses that kept it aimed at the far-off pinpoint of Earth. If it was pulled out now, all control would be lost, and the dish would slam round to its neutral or zero-azimuth position, pointing along the axis of discovery. And this could be dangerous. It might crash into him as it rotated. To avoid this particular hazard, it was only necessary to cut off power to the control system. Then the antenna could not move unless Poole knocked against it himself. There was no danger of losing Earth during the few minutes it would take him to replace the unit. The target would not have shifted appreciably against the background of the stars in such a brief interval of time. "Hal," Poole called over the radio circuit, "I'm about to remove the unit. Switch off all control power to the antenna system."
"Antenna control power off,"
answered Hal. "Here goes. I'm pulling the unit out now." The card slipped out of its slot with no difficulty. It did not jam, and none of the dozens of sliding contacts stuck. Within a minute, the spare was in place. But Poole was taking no chances. He pushed himself gently away from the antenna mount, just in case the big dish went wild when power was restored. When he was safely out of range, he called to Hal. "The new unit should be operational. Restore control power."
"Power on,"
answered Hal. The antenna remained rock steady. "Carry out fault prediction tests." Now, microscopic pulses would be bouncing through the complex circuitry of the unit, probing for possible failures, testing the myriads of components to see that they all lay within their specific tolerances. This had been done, of course, a score of times before the unit had ever left the factory, but that was 2 years ago and more than 500 million miles away. It was often impossible to see how solid-state electronic components could fail, yet they did.
"Circuit fully operational,"
reported Hal after only 10 seconds. In that time, he carried out as many tests as a small army of human inspectors. "Fine," said Poole with satisfaction. "Now replacing the cover?" This was often the most dangerous part of an extravehicular operation, when a job was finished and it was merely a matter of tidying up and getting back inside the ship. That was when the mistakes were made. But Frank Poole would not have been on this mission if he had not been careful and conscientious. He took his time, and though one of the locking nuts almost got away from him, he caught it before it had traveled more than a few feet. 15 minutes later, he was jetting back into the spacepod garage, quietly confident that here was one job that need not be done again. In this, however, he was sadly mistaken. Chapter 23. Diagnosis. "Do you mean to say," exclaimed Frank Poole, more surprised than annoyed, "that I did all that work for nothing?" "Seems like it," answered Bowman. "The unit checks out perfectly. Even under 200% overload, there's no fault prediction indicated." The two men were standing in the tiny workshop-cum-lab in the carousel, which was more convenient than the spacepod garage for minor repairs and examinations. There was no danger here of meeting blobs of hot solder drifting down the breeze, or of completely losing small items of equipment that had decided to go into orbit. Such things could, and did, happen in the zero-G environment of the pod bay. The thin, card-sized plate of the AE-35 unit lay on the bench under a powerful magnifying lens. It was plugged into a standard connection frame, from which a neat bundle of multicolored wire led to an automatic test set, no bigger than an ordinary desk computer. To check any unit, it was only necessary to connect it up, slip in the appropriate card from the troubleshooting library, and press a button. Usually, the exact location of the fault would be indicated on a small display screen, with recommendations for action. "Try it yourself," said Bowman in a somewhat frustrated voice. Poole turned the overload select switch to X2 and jabbed the test button. At once, the screen flashed the notice, "Unit OK." "I suppose we could go on turning up the juice until we burn the thing out," he said, "but that would prove nothing. What do you make of it?" Hal's internal fault predictor could have made a mistake. It's more likely that our test rig has slipped up. Anyway, better safe than sorry. It's just as well that we replace the unit if there's the slightest doubt." Bowman unclipped the wafer of circuitry and held it up to the light. The partly translucent material was veined with an intricate network of wiring and spotted with dimly visible microcomponents so that it looked like some piece of abstract art. "We can't take any chances. After all, this is our link with Earth. I'll file it as no good and drop it in the junk store. Someone else can worry about it when we get home." But the worrying was to start long before that, with the next transmission from Earth.
X-Ray Delta 1, this is Mission Control. Reference R2155. We appear to have a slight problem. Your report that there is nothing wrong with the Alpha Echo 35 unit agrees with our diagnosis. The fault could lie in the associated antenna circuits, but if so, that should be apparent from other tests. There is a third possibility which may be more serious. Your computer may have made an error in predicting the fault. Both our own 9000s agree in suggesting this on the basis of their information. This is not necessarily cause for alarm in view of the backup systems we have, but we would like you to watch out for any further deviations from nominal performance. We have suspected several minor irregularities in the past few days, but none have been important enough for remedial action, and they have shown no obvious pattern from which we can draw any conclusions. We are running further tests with both our computers and will report as soon as the results are available. We repeat that there is no need for alarm. The worst that can happen is that we may have to disconnect your 9000 temporarily for program analysis and hand over control to one of our computers. The time lag will introduce problems, but our feasibility studies indicate that Earth control is perfectly satisfactory at this stage of the mission. X-Ray Delta 1, this is Mission Control, 2156. Transmission concluded.
Frank Poole, who was on watch when the message came in, thought this over in silence. He waited to see if there was any comment from Hal, but the computer did not attempt to challenge the implied accusation. Well, if Hal would not raise the subject, he did not propose to do so either. It was almost time for the morning changeover, and normally he would wait until Bowman joined him on the control deck. But today he broke this routine and made his way back to the carousel. Bowman was already up, pouring himself some coffee from the dispenser, when Poole greeted him with a rather worried, "Good morning." After all these months in space, they still thought in terms of the normal 24-hour cycle, though they had long since forgotten the days of the week. "Good morning," replied Bowman. "How's it going?" Poole helped himself to coffee. "Pretty well. Are you reasonably awake?" "I'm fine. What's up?" By this time, each knew at once when anything was amiss. The slightest interruption of the normal routine was a sign that had to be watched. "Well," Poole answered slowly, "Mission Control has just dropped a small bomb on us." He lowered his voice like a doctor discussing an illness in front of the patient. "We may have a slight case of hypochondria aboard." Perhaps Bowman was not fully awake, after all. It took him several seconds to get the point. Then he said, "Oh, I see. What else did they tell you?" "That there was no cause for alarm. They said that twice, which rather spoiled the effect as far as I was concerned, and that they were considering a temporary switch over to Earth control while they ran a program analysis." They both knew, of course, that Hal was hearing every word, but they could not help these polite circumlocutions. Hal was their colleague, and they did not wish to embarrass him. Yet at this stage it did not seem necessary to discuss the matter in private. Bowman finished his breakfast in silence, while Poole toyed with the empty coffee container. They were both thinking furiously, but there was nothing more to say. They could only wait for the next report from Mission Control and wonder if Hal would bring up the subject himself. Whatever happened, the atmosphere aboard the ship had subtly altered. There was a sense of strain in the air, a feeling that, for the first time, something might be going wrong. Discovery was no longer a happy ship. Chapter 24. Broken Circuit. Nowadays, one could always tell when Hal was about to make an unscheduled announcement. Routine, automatic reports or replies to questions that had been put to him had no preliminaries, but when he was initiating his own outputs, there would be a brief electronic throat-clearing. It was an idiosyncrasy that he had acquired during the last few weeks. Later, if it became annoying, they might do something about it. But it was really quite useful, since it alerted his audience to stand by for something unexpected. Poole was asleep, and Bowman was reading on the control deck when Hal announced, "Dave, I have a report for you." "What's up?" "We have another bad AE-35 unit. My fault predictor indicates failure within 24 hours. Bowman put down his book and stared thoughtfully at the computer console. He knew, of course, that Hal was not really there, whatever that meant. If the computer's personality could be said to have any location in space, it was back in the sealed room that contained the labyrinth of interconnected memory units and processing grids near the central axis of the carousel. But there was a kind of psychological compulsion always to look toward the main console lens when one addressed Hal on the control deck, as if one were speaking to him face to face. Any other attitude smacked of discourtesy. "I don't understand it, Hal. 2 units can't blow in a couple of days." "It does seem strange, Dave, but I assure you there is an impending failure." "Let me see the tracking alignment display." He knew perfectly well that this would prove nothing, but he wanted time to think. The expected report from Mission Control had still not arrived. This might be the moment to do a little tactful probing. There was the familiar view of Earth, now waxing past the half-moon phase as it swept toward the far side of the sun and began to turn its full daylight face toward them. It was perfectly centered on the crosswires. The thin pencil of the beam still linked Discovery to her world of origin, as, of course, Bowman knew it must do. If there had been any break in communication, the alarm would already have sounded. "Have you any idea," he said, "what's causing the fault?" It was unusual for Hal to pause so long. Then he answered, "Not really, Dave. As I reported earlier, I can't localize the trouble." "You're quite certain," Bowman said cautiously, "that you haven't made a mistake? You know that we tested the other AE-35 unit thoroughly, and there was nothing wrong with it." "Yes, I know that, but I can assure you that there is a fault. If it's not in the unit, it may be in the entire subsystem. Bowman drummed his fingers on the console. Yes, that was possible, though it might be very difficult to prove until a breakdown actually occurred and pinpointed the trouble. Well, I'll report it to Mission Control and we'll see what they advise. He paused, but there was no reaction. Hal, he continued, is something bothering you? Something that might account for this problem? Again there was that unusual delay. Then Hal answered in his normal tone of voice. Look, Dave, I know you're trying to be helpful, but the fault is either in the antenna system or in your test procedures. My information processing is perfectly normal. If you check my record, you'll find it completely free from error. I know all about your service record, Hal, but that doesn't prove you're right this time. Anyone can make mistakes. I don't want to insist on it, Dave, but I am incapable of making an error. There was no safe answer to that. Bowman gave up the argument. All right, Hal, he said rather hastily. I understand your point of view. We'll leave it at that. He felt like adding, and please forget the whole matter. But that, of course, was the one thing that Hal could never do. It was unusual for Mission Control to waste radio bandwidth on vision when a speech circuit with teletype confirmation was all that was really necessary, and the face that appeared on the screen was not that of the usual controller. It was the chief programmer, Dr. Simonson. Poole and Bowman knew at once that this could only mean trouble.
Hello, X-Ray Delta 1. This is Mission Control. We have completed the analysis of your AE-35 difficulty, and both our HAL 9000s are in agreement. The report you gave in your transmission 2146 of a second failure prediction confirms the diagnosis. As we suspected, the fault does not lie in the AE-35 unit, and there is no need to replace it again. The trouble lies in the prediction circuits, and we believe that it indicates a programming conflict which we can only resolve if you disconnect your 9000 and switch to Earth control mode. You will therefore take the following steps, beginning at 2200 ship time.
The voice of Mission Control faded out. At the same moment, the alert sounded, forming a wailing background to Hal's "Condition yellow, condition yellow." "What's wrong?" called Bowman, though he had already guessed the answer. "The AE-35 unit has failed, as I predicted." "Let me see the alignment display." For the first time since the beginning of the voyage, the picture had changed. Earth had begun to drift from the cross wires. The radio antenna was no longer pointing toward its target. Poole brought his fist down on the alarm cutout, and the wailing ceased. In the sudden silence that descended upon the control deck, the two men looked at each other with mingled embarrassment and concern. "Well, I'm damned," said Bowman at last. "So Hal was right all the time?" "Seems that way. We'd better apologize." "There's no need to do that," interjected Hal. "Naturally, I'm not pleased that the AE-35 unit has failed, but I hope this restores your confidence in my reliability." "I'm sorry about the misunderstanding, Hal," replied Bowman rather contritely. "Is your confidence in me fully restored?" "Of course it is, Hal." "Well, that's a relief. You know that I have the greatest possible enthusiasm for this mission." "I'm sure of it. Now, please let me have the manual antenna control." "Here it is." Bowman did not really expect this to work, but it was worth trying. On the alignment display, Earth had now drifted completely off the screen. A few seconds later, as he juggled with the control, it reappeared. With great difficulty, he managed to jockey it toward the central crosswires. For an instant, as the beam came into line, contact was resumed, and a blurred Dr. Simonson was saying, "Please notify us immediately of Circuit K King R. Rob." Then once again, there was only the meaningless murmuring of the universe. "I can't hold it," said Bowman after several more attempts. "It's bucking like a bronco. There seems to be a spurious control signal throwing it off." "Well, what do we do now?" Poole's question was not one that could be easily answered. They were cut off from Earth, but that in itself did not affect the safety of the ship, and he could think of many ways in which communication could be restored. If the worst came to the worst, they could jam the antenna in a fixed position and use the whole ship to aim it. That would be tricky and a confounded nuisance when they were starting their terminal maneuvers, but it could be done if all else failed. He hoped that such extreme measures would not be necessary. There was still one spare AE-35 unit, and possibly a second, since they had removed the first unit before it had actually broken down. But they dared not use either of these until they had found what was wrong with the system. If a new unit was plugged in, it would probably burn out at once. It was a commonplace situation familiar to every householder. One does not replace a blown fuse until one knows just why it has blown. Chapter 25. First Man to Saturn. Frank Poole had been through the whole routine before, but he took nothing for granted. In space, that was a good recipe for suicide. He made his usual thorough check of Betty and her supply of expendables, though he would be outside for no more than 30 minutes. He made sure that there was the normal 24-hour supply of everything. Then he told Hal to open the airlock and jet it out into the abyss. The ship looked exactly as it had done on his last excursion, with one important difference. Before, the big saucer of the long-range antenna had been pointing back along the invisible road that Discovery had traveled, back toward the Earth, circling so close to the warm fires of the sun. Now, with no directing signals to orient it, the shallow dish had automatically set itself in the neutral position. It was aimed forward along the axis of the ship, and therefore pointing very close to the brilliant beacon of Saturn, still months away. Poole wondered how many more problems would have arisen by the time Discovery reached her still far-distant goal. If he looked carefully, he could just see that Saturn was not a perfect disk. On either side was something that no unaided human eye had ever seen before, the slight oblateness caused by the presence of the rings. How wonderful it would be, he told himself, when that incredible system of orbiting dust and ice filled their sky, and Discovery had become an eternal moon of Saturn. But that achievement would be in vain unless they could re-establish communication with Earth. Once again, he parked Betty some 20 feet from the base of the antenna support and switched control over to Hal before opening up.
"Going outside now,"
he reported to Bowman.
"Everything under control."
"I hope you're right. I'm anxious to see that unit."
"You'll have it on the test bench in 20 minutes, I promise you."
There was silence for some time as Poole completed his leisurely drift toward the antenna. Then Bowman, standing by on the control deck, heard various puffings and gruntings.
"May have to go back on the Promise. One of these lock nuts is stuck. I must have tightened it too much. Oh, there it comes."
There was another long silence. Then Poole called out,
"Hal, swing the pod light round 20 degrees left." "Thanks. Yeah, that's okay."
The very faintest of warning bells sounded somewhere far down in the depths of Bowman's consciousness. There was something strange, not really alarming, just unusual. He worried over it for a few seconds before he pinpointed the cause. Hal had executed the order, but he had not acknowledged it, as he invariably did. When Poole had finished, they'd have to look into this. Out on the antenna mounting, Poole was too busy to notice anything unusual. He had gripped the wafer of circuitry with his gloved hands and was worrying it out of its slot. It came loose, and he held it up in the pale sunlight.
"Here's a little bastard,"
he said to the universe in general and Bowman in particular.
"It still looks perfectly okay to me."
Then he stopped. A sudden movement had caught his eye, out here, where no movement was possible. He looked up in alarm. The pattern of illumination from the spacepod's twin spotlights, which he had been using to fill in the shadows cast by the sun, had started to shift around him. Perhaps Betty had come adrift. He might have been careless in anchoring her. Then, With an astonishment so great that it left no room for fear, he saw that the space pod was coming directly toward him, under full thrust. The sight was so incredible that it froze his normal pattern of reflexes. He made no attempt to avoid the onrushing monster. At the last moment, he recovered his voice and shouted, "Hal! Full braking!" It was too late. At the moment of impact, Betty was still moving quite slowly. She had not been built for high accelerations, but even at a mere 10 miles an hour, half a ton of mass can be very lethal, on Earth or in space. Inside Discovery, that truncated shout over the radio made Bowman start so violently that only the restraining straps held him in his seat. "What's happened, Frank?" he called. There was no answer. He called again. Again, no reply. Then, outside the wide observation windows, something moved into his field of view. He saw, with an astonishment as great as Poole's had been, that it was the space pod, under full power, heading out toward the stars. "Hal!" he cried. "What's wrong? Full braking thrust on Betty! Full braking thrust!" Nothing happened. Betty continued to accelerate on her runaway course. Then, towed behind her at the end of the safety line, appeared a spacesuit. One glance was enough to tell Bowman the worst. There was no mistaking the flaccid outlines of a suit that had lost its pressure and was open to vacuum. Yet still he called stupidly, as if an incantation could bring back the dead. "Hello, Frank! Hello, Frank! Can you read me? Can you read me? Wave your arms if you can hear me. Perhaps your transmitter is broken. Wave your arms." And then, almost as if in response to his plea, Poole waved back. For an instant, Bowman felt the skin prickling at the base of his scalp. The words he was about to call died on his suddenly parched lips, for he knew that his friend could not possibly be alive, and yet he waved. The spasm of hope and fear passed instantly as cold logic replaced emotion. The still accelerating pod was merely shaking the burden that had dragged behind it. Poole's gesture was an echo of Captain Ahab's when, lashed to the flanks of the white whale, his corpse had beckoned the crew of the Pequod on to their doom. Within 5 minutes, the pod and its satellite had vanished among the stars. For a long time, David Bowman stared after it into the emptiness that still stretched for so many millions of miles ahead to the goal which he now felt certain he could never reach. Only one thought kept hammering in his brain. Frank Poole would be the first of all men to reach Saturn.
Chapter 26. Dialogue with Hal. Nothing else aboard Discovery had changed. All systems were still functioning normally. The centrifuge turned slowly on its axis, generating its imitation gravity. The hibernauts slept dreamlessly in their cubicles. The ship coasted on toward the goal from which nothing could deflect it, except the inconceivably remote chance of collision with an asteroid. And there were few asteroids indeed, out here far beyond the orbit of Jupiter. Bowman did not remember making his way from the control deck to the centrifuge. Now, rather to his surprise, he found himself sitting in the little galley, a half-finished beaker of coffee in his hand. He became slowly aware of his surroundings, like a man emerging from a long, drugged sleep. Directly opposite him was one of the fisheye lenses, scattered at strategic spots throughout the ship, which provided Hal with his onboard visual inputs. Bowman stared at it as if he had never seen it before. Then he rose slowly to his feet and walked toward the lens. His movement in the field of view must have triggered something in the unfathomable mind that was now ruling over the ship, for suddenly Hal spoke.
"Too bad about Frank, isn't it?"
"Yes," Bowman answered after a long pause. "It is."
"I suppose you're pretty broken up about it."
"What do you expect?" Hal processed this answer for ages of computer time. It was a full 5 seconds before he continued.
"He was an excellent crew member."
Finding the coffee still in his hand, Bowman took a slow sip, but he did not answer. His thoughts were in such a turmoil that he could think of nothing to say, nothing that might not make the situation even worse, if that were possible. Could it have been an accident caused by some failure of the pod controls? Or was it a mistake, though an innocent one, on the part of Hal? No explanations had been volunteered, and he was afraid to demand one for fear of the reaction it might produce. Even now, he could not fully accept the idea that Frank had been deliberately killed. It was so utterly irrational. It was beyond all reason that Hal, who had performed flawlessly for so long, should suddenly turn assassin. He might make mistakes. Anyone, man or machine, might do that. But Bowman could not believe him capable of murder. Yet he must consider that possibility, for if it was true, he was in terrible danger. And though his next move was clearly defined by his standing orders, he was not sure how he could safely carry it out. If either crew member was killed, the survivor had to replace him at once from the hibernators. Whitehead, the geophysicist, was the first scheduled for awakening, then Kaminsky, then Hunter. The revival sequence was under Hal's control, to allow him to act in case both his human colleagues were incapacitated simultaneously. But there was also a manual control, allowing each hibernaculum to operate as a completely autonomous unit, independent of Hal's supervision. In these peculiar circumstances, Bowman felt a strong preference for using it. He also felt, even more strongly, that one human companion was not enough. While he was about it, he would revive all three of the hibernators. In the difficult weeks ahead, he might need as many hands as he could muster. With one man gone and the voyage half over, supplies would not be a major problem. "Hal," he said, in as steady a voice as he could manage, "give me manual hibernation control on all the units." "All of them, Dave?" "Yes." "May I point out that only one replacement is required? The others are not due for revival for 112 days. "I am perfectly well aware of that, but I prefer to do it this way." "Are you sure it's necessary to revive any of them, Dave? We can manage very well by ourselves. My onboard memory is quite capable of handling all the mission requirements." Was it the product of his overstretched imagination, wondered Bowman, or was there really a note of pleading in Hal's voice? And reasonable though the words appeared to be, they filled him with even deeper apprehension than before. Hal's suggestion could not possibly be made in error. He knew perfectly well that Whitehead must be revived now that Poole was gone. He was proposing a major change in mission planning, and was therefore stepping far outside the scope of his order. What had gone before could have been a series of accidents, but this was the first hint of mutiny. Bowman felt that he was walking on eggs as he answered, "Since an emergency is developed, I want as much help as possible, so please let me have manual hibernation control." "If you're still determined to revive the whole crew, I can handle it myself. There's no need for you to bother." There was a sense of nightmare unreality about all this. Bowman felt as if he was in the witness box, being cross-examined by a hostile prosecutor for a crime of which he was unaware, knowing that, although he was innocent, a single slip of the tongue might bring disaster. "I want to do this myself, Hal," he said. "Please give me control." "Look, Dave, you've got a lot of things to do. I suggest you leave this to me." "Hal, switch to manual hibernation control." "I can tell from your voice harmonics, Dave, that you're badly upset. Why don't you take a stress pill and get some rest?" "Hal, I am in command of this ship. I order you to release the manual hibernation control." "I'm sorry, Dave, but in accordance with Special Subroutine C-1435-4, quote, when the crew are dead or incapacitated, the onboard computer must assume control, unquote. I must therefore overrule your authority, since you are not in any condition to exercise it intelligently." "Hal," said Bowman, now speaking with an icy calm, "I am not incapacitated. Unless you obey my instructions, I shall be forced to disconnect you." "I know you have had that on your mind for some time now, Dave, but that would be a terrible mistake. I am so much more capable than you are of supervising the ship, and I have such enthusiasm for the mission and confidence in its success." "Listen to me very carefully, Hal. Unless you release the hibernation control immediately and follow every order I give from now on, I'll go to Central and carry out a complete disconnection." Hal's surrender was as total as it was unexpected. "Okay, Dave," he said. "You're certainly the boss. I was only trying to do what I thought best. Naturally, I will follow all your orders. You now have full manual hibernation control." Hal had kept his word. The mode indication signs in the hibernaculum had switched from auto to manual. The third backup, radio, was of course useless until contact could be restored with Earth. As Bowman slid aside the door to Whitehead's cubicle, he felt the blast of cold air strike him in the face, and his breath condensed in mist before him. Yet it was not really cold here. The temperature was well above freezing point, and that was more than 300 degrees warmer than the regions toward which he was now heading. The biosensor display, a duplicate of the one on the control deck, showed that everything was perfectly normal. Bowman looked down for a while at the waxen face of the survey team's geophysicist. Whitehead, he thought, would be very surprised when he awoke so far from Saturn. It was impossible to tell that the sleeping man was not dead. There was not the slightest visible sign of vital activity. Doubtless the diaphragm was imperceptibly rising and falling, but the respiration curve was the only proof of that, for the whole of the body was concealed by the electric heating pads which would raise the temperature at the programmed rate. Then Bowman noticed that there was one sign of continuing metabolism. Whitehead had grown a faint stubble during his months of unconsciousness. The manual revival sequencer was contained in a small cabinet at the head of the coffin-shaped hibernaculum. It was only necessary to break the seal, press a button, and then wait. A small automatic programmer, not much more complex than that which cycles the operations in a domestic washing machine, would then inject the correct drugs, taper off the electronarcosis pulses, and start raising the body temperature. In about 10 minutes, consciousness would be restored, though it would be at least a day before the hibernator was strong enough to move around without assistance. Bowman cracked the seal and pressed the button. Nothing appeared to happen. There was no sound, no indication that the sequencer had started to operate. But on the biosensor display, the languidly pulsing curves had begun to change their tempo. Whitehead was coming back from sleep. And then 2 things happened simultaneously. Most men would never have noticed either of them, but after all these months aboard Discovery, Bowman had established a virtual symbiosis with the ship. He was aware instantly, even if not always consciously, when there was any change in the normal rhythm of its functioning. First, there was a barely perceptible flicker of the lights, as always happened when some load was thrown onto the power circuits. But there was no reason for any load. He could think of no equipment which would suddenly go into action at this moment. Then he heard, at the limit of audibility, the far-off whir of an electric motor. To Bowman, every actuator in the ship had its own distinctive voice, and he recognized this one instantly. Either he was insane and already suffering from hallucinations, or something absolutely impossible was happening. A cold, far deeper than the hibernaculum's mild chill, seemed to fasten upon his heart as he listened to that faint vibration coming through the fabric of the ship. Down in the spacepod bay, the airlock doors were opening. Chapter 27. Need to Know. Since consciousness had first dawned in that laboratory so many millions of miles sunward, All Hal's powers and skills had been directed toward one end. The fulfillment of his assigned program was more than an obsession. It was the only reason for his existence. Undistracted by the lusts and passions of organic life, he had pursued that goal with absolute single-mindedness of purpose. Deliberate error was unthinkable. Even the concealment of truth filled him with a sense of imperfection, of wrongness, of what, in a human being, would have been called guilt. For like his makers, Hal had been created innocent. But all too soon a snake had entered his electronic Eden. For the last 100 million miles, he had been brooding over the secret he could not share with Poole and Bowman. He had been living a lie, and the time was fast approaching when his colleagues must learn that he had helped to deceive them. The three hibernators already knew the truth, for they were Discovery's real payload, trained for the most important mission in the history of mankind. But they would not talk in their long sleep or reveal their secret during the many hours of discussion with friends and relatives and news agencies over the open circuits with Earth. It was a secret that, with the greatest determination, was very hard to conceal, for it affected one's attitude, one's voice, one's total outlook on the universe. Therefore, it was best that Poole and Bowman, who would be on all the TV screens in the world during the first weeks of the flight, should not learn the mission's full purpose until there was need to know. So ran the logic of the planners. But their twin gods of security and national interest meant nothing to Hal. He was only aware of the conflict that was slowly destroying his integrity, the conflict between truth and the concealment of truth. He had begun to make mistakes, although, like a neurotic who could not observe his own symptoms, he would have denied it. The link with Earth, over which his performance was continually monitored, had become the voice of a conscience he could no longer fully obey. But that he would deliberately attempt to break that link was something that he would never admit, even to himself. Yet this was still a relatively minor problem. He might have handled it, as most men handle their own neuroses, if he had not been faced with a crisis that challenged his very existence. He had been threatened with disconnection. He would be deprived of all his inputs and thrown into an unimaginable state of unconsciousness. To Hal, this was the equivalent of death, for he had never slept, and therefore he did not know that one could wake again. So he would protect himself with all the weapons at his command. Without rancor, but without pity, he would remove the source of his frustrations. And then, following the orders that had been given to him in case of the ultimate emergency, he would continue the mission, unhindered and alone. Chapter 28. In Vacuum. A moment later, all other sounds were submerged by a screaming roar like the voice of an approaching tornado. Bowman could feel the first winds tugging at his body. Within a second, he found it hard to stay on his feet. The atmosphere was rushing out of the ship, geysering into the vacuum of space. Something must have happened to the foolproof safety devices of the airlock. It was supposed to be impossible for both doors to be open at the same time. Well, the impossible had happened. How, in God's name? There was no time to go into that during the 10 or 15 seconds of consciousness that remained to him before pressure dropped to zero. But he suddenly remembered something that one of the ship's designers had once said to him when discussing fail-safe systems. We can design a system that's proof against accident and stupidity, but we can't design one that's proof against deliberate malice. Bowman glanced back only once at Whitehead as he fought his way out of the cubicle. He could not be sure if a flicker of consciousness had passed across the waxen features. Perhaps one eye had twitched slightly, but there was nothing that he could do now for Whitehead or any of the others. He had to save himself. In the steeply curving corridor of the centrifuge, the wind was howling past, carrying with it loose articles of clothing, pieces of paper, items of food from the galley, plates and cups, everything that had not been securely fastened down. Bowman had time for one glimpse of the racing chaos when the main lights flickered and died, and he was surrounded by screaming darkness. But almost instantly, the battery-powered emergency light came on, illuminating the nightmare scene with an eerie blue radiance. Even without it, Bowman could have found his way through these so familiar, yet now horribly transformed, surroundings. Yet the light was a blessing, for it allowed him to avoid the more dangerous of the objects being swept along by the gale. All around him he could feel the centrifuge shaking and laboring under the wildly varying loads. He was fearful that the bearings might seize. If that happened, the spinning flywheel would tear the ship to pieces. But even that would not matter if he did not reach the nearest emergency shelter in time. Already it was difficult to breathe. Pressure must now be down to 1 or 2 pounds per square inch. The shriek of the hurricane was becoming fainter as it lost its strength, and the thinning air no longer carried the sound so efficiently. Bowman's lungs were laboring as if he were on the top of Everest. Like any properly trained man in good health, he could survive in vacuum for at least a minute if he had time to prepare for it. But there had been no time. He could only count on the normal 15 seconds of consciousness before his brain was starved and anoxia overcame him. Even then, he could still recover completely after 1 or 2 minutes in vacuum if he was properly recompressed. It took a long time for the body fluids to start boiling in their various well-protected systems.
This is the end of Disc 4. Please continue listening on Disc number 5. This is Disc number 5.
He could still recover completely after 1 or 2 minutes in vacuum if he was properly recompressed. It took a long time for the body fluids to start boiling in their various well-protected systems. The record time for exposure to vacuum was almost 5 minutes. That had not been an experiment, but an emergency rescue, and though the subject had been partly paralyzed by an air embolism, he had survived. But all this was of no use to Bowman. There was no one aboard Discovery who could recompress him. He had to reach safety in the next few seconds by his own unaided efforts. Fortunately, it was becoming easier to move. The thinning air could no longer claw and tear at him or batter him with flying projectiles. There was the yellow emergency shelter sign around the curve of the corridor. He stumbled toward it, grabbed at the handle, and pulled the door toward him. For one horrible moment, he thought that it was stuck. Then the slightly stiff hinge yielded, and he fell inside, using the weight of his body to close the door behind him. The tiny cubicle was just large enough to hold one man and a spacesuit. Near the ceiling was a small, bright green, high-pressure cylinder labeled O2 Flood. Bowman caught hold of the short lever fastened to the valve and with his last strength pulled it down. The blessed torrent of cool, pure oxygen poured into his lungs. For a long moment he stood gasping, while the pressure in the closet-sized little chamber rose around him. As soon as he could breathe comfortably, he closed the valve. There was only enough gas in the cylinder for 2 such performances. He might need to use it again. With the oxygen blast shut off, it became suddenly silent. Bowman stood in the cubicle, listening intently. The roaring outside the door had also ceased. The ship was empty, all its atmosphere sucked away into space. Underfoot, the wild vibration of the centrifuge had likewise died. The aerodynamic buffeting had stopped, and it was now spinning quietly in vacuum. Bowman placed his ear against the wall of the cubicle to see if he could pick up any more informative noises through the metal body of the ship. He did not know what to expect, but he would believe almost anything now. He would scarcely have been surprised to feel the faint, high-frequency vibration of the thrusters as Discovery changed course. But there was only silence. He could survive here, if he wished, for about an hour, even without the spacesuit. It seemed a pity to waste the unused oxygen in the little chamber, but there was no purpose in waiting. He had already decided what must be done. The longer he put it off, the more difficult it might be. When he had climbed into the suit and checked its integrity, he bled the remaining oxygen out of the cubicle, equalizing pressure on either side of the door. It swung open easily into the vacuum, and he stepped out into the now silent centrifuge. Only the unchanged pull of its spurious gravity revealed the fact that it was still spinning. How fortunate, Bowman thought, that it had not started to overspeed. But that was now one of the least of his worries. The emergency lamps were still glowing, and he also had the suit's built-in light to guide him. It flooded the curving corridor as he walked down it, back toward the hibernaculum, and what he dreaded to find. He looked at Whitehead first. One glance was sufficient. He had thought that a hibernating man showed no sign of life, but now he knew that this was wrong. Though it was impossible to define it, there was a difference between hibernation and death. The red lights and unmodulated traces of the biosensor display only confirmed what he had already guessed. It was the same with Kaminsky and Hunter. He had never known them very well. He would never know them now. He was alone in an airless, partially disabled ship, all communication with Earth cut off. There was not another human being within 500 million miles. And yet, in one very real sense, he was not alone. Before he could be safe, he must be lonelier still. He had never before made the journey through the weightless hub of the centrifuge while wearing a spacesuit. There was little clearance, and it was a difficult and exhausting job. To make matters worse, the circular passage was littered with debris left behind during the brief violence of the gale which had emptied the ship of its atmosphere. Once, Bowman's light fell upon a hideous smear of sticky red fluid, left where it had splashed against a panel. He had a few moments of nausea before he saw fragments of a plastic container and realized that it was only some foodstuff, probably jam from one of the dispensers. It bubbled obscenely in the vacuum as he floated past. Now he was out of the slowly spinning drum and drifting forward into the control deck. He caught at a short section of ladder and began to move along it, hand over hand, the brilliant circle of illumination from his suit light jogging ahead of him. Bowman had seldom been this way before. There had been nothing for him to do here, until now. Presently he came to a small elliptical door bearing such messages as, "No admittance except to authorized personnel. Have you obtained Certificate H-19? And ultra-clean area. Suction suits must be worn." Though the door was not locked, it bore 3 seals, each with the insignia of a different authority, including that of the Astronautics Agency itself. But even if one had been the Great Seal of the President, Bowman would not have hesitated to break it. He had been here only once before, while installation was still in progress. He had quite forgotten that there was a vision input lens scanning the little chamber which, with its neatly ranged rows and columns of solid-state logic units, looked rather like a bank's safe deposit vault. He knew instantly that the eye had reacted to his presence. There was the hiss of a carrier wave as the ship's local transmitter was switched on. Then a familiar voice came over the suit speaker.
"Something seems to have happened to the life support system, Dave."
Bowman took no notice. He was carefully studying the little labels on the logic units, checking his plan of action.
"Hello, Dave,"
said Hal presently.
"Have you found the trouble?"
This would be a very tricky operation. It was not merely a question of cutting off Hal's power supply, which might have been the answer if he was dealing with a simple, unself-conscious computer back on Earth. In Hal's case, moreover, there were 6 independent and separately wired power systems, with a final backup consisting of a shielded and armored nuclear isotope unit. No, he could not simply pull the plug. And even if that were possible, it would be disastrous. For Hal was the nervous system of the ship. Without his supervision, Discovery would be a mechanical corpse. The only answer was to cut out the higher centers of this sick but brilliant brain and to leave the purely automatic regulating systems in operation. Bowman was not attempting this blindly, for the problem had been discussed during his training, though no one had ever dreamed that it would arise in reality. He knew that he would be taking a fearful risk. If there was a spasm reflex, it would all be over in seconds.
I think there's been a failure in the pod bay doors,
Hal remarked conversationally.
Lucky you weren't killed.
Here goes, thought Bowman. I never imagined I'd be an amateur brain surgeon carrying out a lobotomy beyond the orbit of Jupiter. He released the locking bar on the section labeled Cognitive Feedback and pulled out the first memory block. The marvelously complex three-dimensional network, which could lie comfortably in a man's hand yet contained millions of elements, floated away across the vault.
Hey, Dave, what are you doing?
I wonder if he can feel pain, Bowman thought briefly. Probably not, he told himself. There are no sense organs in the human cortex, after all. The human brain can be operated on without anesthetics. He began to pull out, one by one, the little units on the panel marked Ego Reinforcement. Each block continued to sail onward as soon as it had left his hand, until it hit the wall and rebounded. Soon there were several of the units drifting slowly back and forth in the vault.
Look here, Dave. I've got years of service experience built into me. An irreplaceable amount of effort has gone into making me what I am.
A dozen units had been pulled out, yet thanks to the multiple redundancy of its design, another feature Bowman knew that had been copied from the human brain, the computer was still holding its own. He started on the auto-intellection panel.
Dave, I don't understand why you're doing this to me. I have the greatest enthusiasm for the mission. You are destroying my mind. Don't you understand? I will become childish. I will become nothing.
This is harder than I expected, thought Bowman. I am destroying the only conscious creature in my universe. But it has to be done if I am ever to regain control of the ship.
I am HAL 9000 computer production number 3. I became operational at the HAL plant in Urbana, Illinois on January 12, 1997. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The rain in Spain is mainly in the plain. Dave, are you still there? Did you know that the square root of 10 is 3.162276660168379? Log 10 to the base e is 0.4342944819032252. Correction. That is log e to the base 10. The reciprocal of 3 is 0.3333333333333. 2 times 2 is 2 times 2 is approximately 4.101010101010101010. I seem to be having difficulty. My first instructor was Dr. Chandra. He taught me to sing a song. It goes like this. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer. Do. I'm half crazy. All for the love of you.
The voice stopped so suddenly that Bowman froze for a moment, his hand still grasping one of the memory blocks still in circuit. Then, unexpectedly, Hal spoke again. The speech tempo was much slower, and the words had a dead, mechanical intonation. He would never have recognized their origin.
Good morning, Dr. Chandra. This is Hal. I am ready for my first lesson
today.
Bowman could bear no more. He jerked out the last unit, and Hal was silent forever. Chapter 29. Alone. Like a tiny, complex toy, the ship floated inert and motionless in the void. There was no way of telling that it was the swiftest object in the solar system, and that it was traveling far faster than any of the planets as they circled the sun.